Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Somebody in the chat had said this, but I ended up looking it up just to confirm. Several members of the U.S. figure skating team were on board.
Yeah, that
and the two Russian, they were the world champions.
Yeah, so Tanya Harding is definitely behind this.
She was driving the Blackhawk?
She was definitely.
Kerrigan, turn a heel.
She hired somebody.
No, it was Tanya Harding.
It was Tanya Harding. She was about to make a comeback, man.
Her cousin was actually the pilot for the Huey that went into her.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Friday, last day of January. Like down in the steam. Over
We're
there.
trying to get some speed, boss.
Well, we're trying to get some sound right now.
It's so funny because I was going to chime in and report that it's been so far so good today, and then of course we lose audio on the one scene. So we have audio on our wide shot. We don't have audio on the 4 shot, which has our
that's interesting.
audio codec line into it. So we're going to reset it and see what happens, and then change it back.
See, Gene, we've been having problems all week.
Here it is. It should be fixed now.
Look at that. Hold on.
But what a pain in the
every day
dick it's been this week, dude.
I'm bringing the
luck. Might say penis next time. I didn't dump you because pain in the
Well, there's a guy that used to work here.
It's been a real crap show.
Yeah.
What's that, Lummy?
I said there was a guy named here, Richard, that was a real pain. So,
there was somebody. I think I blocked somebody on one of maybe Facebook or somebody, and the guy messaged me and says, "Really? I got blocked."
Was it the Eagles guy?
I don't know.
No, so that guy you didn't block, but we looked into it, and it was his fault. And
isn't that amazing? He cusses us out. He cusses us out on an email or a message.
And then we looked into it, and I messaged him. I said, "You're not blocked." He goes, "Oh, never mind, man. My bad. My internet was messed up."
What a bunch of idiots. That's most of the time. I get people that send me DMs about being blocked on Twitter and Instagram, and I'm like, "You are a complete moron. You're not blocked. You don't know how the internet works."
But Lummy, I do. If people if I'm on Facebook or something, I'll block you. I don't care.
Sepp stopped all that.
What do you mean?
Well, he told you to quit doing that. Quit blocking people.
Yeah, just let them
whatever.
Let them say all their stuff.
Real mean-spirited stuff. Like, I don't have any tolerance for that, and you're out of here. So speaking of tolerances, so anyway, Gene's got in his shop
Dr. Ramulak. $100.
And Gene, let's just be honest.
Yeah,
for Gene Lasker.
I need to check I need to open up my PayPal. Let me to see because Gene Lasker usually brings in a little bit of money. People love Gene Lasker. Okay, I'm open. So anyway, when Gene left the show, the last time he quit. We're not going to rehash why he quit, but he quit. And he was mad at me, and I was mad at him. And I think
it was because you were jobbing him out to Janessa.
Yeah, of course he did. Man.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move on.
Why even bring that up?
Yeah.
I wasn't here. I just was trying to clear, backfill.
Yeah. Well, you backfilled, lover.
Thank you.
So anyway, Lasker.
That YouTube video still does well, though. By the way,
all these trolls got Lasker all lathered up, and that he's the man. Bubba wouldn't be anything without you. I think Manson reached out to him. All the like as soon as
it wasn't really like that.
Well, it kind of was.
Nah.
Gene, it was. That's because you said
no one can be like you.
Listen to me.
You know that.
You don't understand. You don't understand is that I don't blame you, and that's just how you are.
They said if you're going to miss the radio, just do your own podcasting.
I know, and so Gene,
I'd be a pod dude too.
So, and isn't it true? Didn't you go on the Manson show?
Well, I went over to Manson's house. I mean, it's really not.
You went on his show.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't
just go on his show. I went to his house, Bubba.
That's where his studio is. And so Lasker went on there, and it was a big Bubba sucks, Bubba, all this kind of deal.
No, he really didn't do that. That didn't happen. He didn't talk bad about you. Right. I won't let that happen. Even though I was mad at you, it's not that I didn't like you anymore. I just mad at you because you were being stupid.
Iggy McGillicuddy, $20, Lasker coin.
You didn't do it by the way the rules were. You changed the rules.
Well, okay. So thank you, Gene. So anyway, Lasker gets to these trolls and everybody, or Lasker says, I'm going to build my own studio, and because I'm building my new shop right now, so I can just kind of carve out a little studio space. I'm going to do my own show. People are going to listen to me and everything. And so he really did build he set aside a corner in his shop that's all glass, and he's not done it. He kind of lost interest. After
I didn't lose no interest. I just got too much of life. There's too much life in me right now.
There's too much in life going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you didn't lose interest, but you also you're at a point where you don't know what you're doing. Like you don't know what type of camera to get.
Well, I don't know none of that.
Right.
I was letting Gilkey help me.
Well, that's one of your problems.
Yankee Jib, $10. Okay. Gene Lasker.
But when I got back on the show and you don't like Gilkey, so it's like I can't deal with him and you, so I got to let him go.
Is he still around?
He's in Texas.
Okay, that's great. Well, then great. It makes it easier to let him go. Being in Texas, if he lived in Dade City, then it would be different. He's
back. He's in Texas. He got a free house from some family.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they died and gave it to him.
Well, good. So anyway, Gilkey used to work for me. If you guys remember, he ran he was like just kind of a utility guy.
Yeah, he was a very big man.
And I know for a fact that I bought my existing Crown Vic. From West Palm Beach Police Department auction for $800, which you could buy them. Remember back in the day, Lasker, about 5 or 6 years ago, before the 4.6 Crown Vic division started infiltrating all the local racetracks, you could pick these things up, with 110,000 miles on them for $700 to $900.
Easy.
And the municipalities that they're old cop cars.
Yep.
They were really, really strict on changing the oil every 5,000. Like every 3 months it went in.
Up good.
But, they take good care. I mean, most municipalities take good care of they have a whole division that just takes care of their fleet. They have a whole shop that from the park trucks to the street trucks to whatever. So I bought a Malibu and this Crown Vic. Well, I liked the Crown Vic, but the Malibu was pretty cool. I know for a fact that when I fired Gilkey, his last day working, or when he was cleaning out his stuff at the race shop, he put 3 or 4 screws down the carburetor.
Why did you beat his ass?
Well, because I don't know where people are, Gene, to go beat their ass. And let's be honest, I can't. Man,
I wouldn't put up with that.
I started up, blew the motor instantaneously.
Oh yeah,
instantaneously. Kind of like when Christine put kibbles in bits.
Gilkey, man.
So, and here's the thing about it, Lasker. Gilkey almost killed me. Did you hear the story of why I fired him?
All of us have tried it.
Well, so I had, those late model little trailers that the one guy from Brandon or Sefner was building for 1800 way back in the day.
Yeah,
and they were just single axle, and they were strong enough. They had like 3,000 pound weight limit because all we're doing was hauling a race car.
Yeah,
that's it. You could haul a sprint car, you could haul a modified, anything that you race on dirt. Usually, none of it weighs more than 3,500 pounds.
No way.
And I think at a 5,000 pound axle. So, and it was a lot of guys bought them because if you were just taking your car
easily to move around,
right? If you were just taking your sprint car over to who's the guy?
The letterer.
Yeah, but who's the guy who does the motors? Oh, Delgado, who's a good motor guy. And you just put it, rather than get your whole big rig, your double stacker, Willie, the whole 9 yards, you can just put it on one of these little trailers and maneuver it around, drive it all around. Well, that's what I had. I had one of those. And B. Fudd, remember, Lummy, he was down at the end of the road here.
How can you even bring B. Fudd up in the same sentence as racing?
So listen, I have this race trailer that you're only supposed to put 3,000 or 4,000 pounds on it. At that point, you're going to bend the axle. So B. Fudd gets caught, or the cops come to me and tell me B. Fudd is going down to the end of the street here, Lummy, where the girls play volleyball.
Yes. He was watching them and hit something.
No. He was playing with himself while he was watching these girls play volleyball. With Bubba 98.7, logos all over his. See, I gave B.
Fudd all spray painted up.
I gave B. Fudd his very own Crown Vic.
You might as well have done it.
And so the cops come to me and tell me, hey, listen, there's a black Crown Vic at the end of the down here at this little park down the road, and the guy is obviously
not all there.
Yeah, on the spectrum. But he does have. But B. Fudd did have a driver's license, and so. But we think that he hasn't exposed himself. But we think that
were the girls underage?
Yeah, I think so. I think they were like middle. I think so.
Yeah, they were. I think they were high school and a little younger.
Yeah. So I tell B. Fudd, don't go down there no more. Don't. You're
not allowed to end the street.
You're not allowed to go. I stop doing that.
Is he still alive?
Yes. Yeah, he's in Spokane, Washington. He's a troll too. So listen.
How does somebody like that become a troll?
So he's got this trunk, if you remember, Lummy, that weighed like 500 pounds.
He
had Playboy. He had this big trunk that It was his porn trunk that barely fit in the back. Now a Crown Vic has a large trunk, and he had put this trunk and all. I mean, I bet. What do you think a Crown Vic weighs naturally? They're a heavy car naturally.
Yeah, 5,000 pounds.
5,000. Well, I guarantee you that he probably had 1,000 or so pounds of just the whole back seat was stuffed full of stuff.
He was living out of the car.
No, but he was getting ready to move or something. So. Next thing I know, he's down at the end of the street again. But his car's broken and it won't work. He can't get it started.
At the end of the street.
At the end of the street. So not only is he at the end of the street when I told him not to, but he also has now his 6,000 or 7,000 pound car that needs towed. So I tell Gilkey, don't tow it on the race trailer. That's double, it'll bend the axle. It's not made for that. It's not. So what's Gilkey do? Rather than find a trailer to move it with, or to call a flatbed or something.
So he was smarter than you, and he went ahead and used a trailer.
At that point, Lummy, we had a deal. I think we were sponsored by Steps or Crockett's,
Steps.
One of the two.
Yeah.
And all we had to do is just call them up. They would get it. They would have got it for us. So he moves the car back to the race shop. Well, I go to load up the sprint car. No, I'm sorry, the late model. I go to load up the late model, and as soon as I pull out, I can feel. You can feel if you got a bent axle.
Yeah,
bent axle.
I remember hearing about this on the air.
Oh my God! So I back it back up. We can't race that weekend. We were supposed to go to Volusia. I was going to pull Tyler's late model to Volusia. We couldn't. I didn't at that point, Lasker. I didn't have I sold all my big stuff, and I would just move. I would just. It was fun to roll into a racetrack with an open trailer,
and then win it.
A double. All I had was an open trailer, a jack, extra tires, a few gears, and an air compressor. If we got into a bad wreck, we were done.
Yeah.
We would roll in there, pull up next to a $400,000 rig, and wax their ass.
Yeah.
And so we go to Volusia, and I can tell that the minute I get 2 foot down the road, and I can feel the axle is bent. So I pull it back, and I said, "Lummy, did you move B Fudd's car with this?" "Well, yeah, I thought I think it looks like it was pretty beefy and everything." I go, "Well, the axle's bent now." So now you need to get a hold of the dude that makes them, find out where he gets his axles, put a new axle in it because it needs a new axle. So what's Gilkey do? Gilkey doesn't get a new axle. He hires his buddy with a set of blowtorches and stuff, and they tried to
heats it up and pulls it down.
He tries to heat the axle.
No, jeez.
And
took all the temper out of it.
So tries to heat the axle and straighten it so it's no longer bent. Puts it on his some truck and pulls it down the road. This is why I'm at work, and he thinks that it's fixed. Tells me it's fixed. So we go to Bubba Raceway Park, and now listen, if your axle is still bent, it's going to absolutely burn up your wheel bearings. Your wheel bearings are now wedged in there. Lasker, you'll tell them, they're wedged in there. And
it takes the camber of the wheel and brings it to negative, and when it brings it to negative, the spindle puts the bearing in a bind.
Right. And you're done.
You're done.
So we get up to the Bubba Raceway Park.
The wheel will fly off.
We get up to Bubba Raceway Park. He tells me put a new axle in it. I can't really, and if it's just, if it's just a little bit not straight, you're not going to really feel it.
No.
So the
race, a couple of degrees.
The race is over. I don't know if we won or not. It was me, Tyler, and Seth Geary were driving home, and the next thing you know, the wheel falls off. It burns itself off of the trailer. And now the whole trailer is sparking down the road. I'm throwing flames out the back.
So that's how you try.
And I got a race car that's on this trailer with flames from the trailer.
You had to do some driving now, didn't you, there,
Sponge? I did have to do some driving, but more importantly, I'm like, this thing could blow up. So,
yeah, it could have, but it'd been behind you.
So I call Steps. They literally just go. I detach the trailer with the car on it, and they come and flatbed it and just keep the trailer and car intact.
Yeah.
And take it back. Well, that's where I go back to the race shop. Gilkey, did you know that? Did you put a new axle in it? No. Well, what I really did is I got my friend who has a torch set.
We knew what we were doing.
And we got a tape measure out and a level, and we made sure it was level and everything, and the camber was in. And I go, well,
without any weight on it.
No weight on it, no nothing. And so I fired him.
So, and who was the other guy that was riding with you? What was his name? Seth too. You know two people with that same name.
Oh, Gary, Seth Geary.
That's not a common name.
No, he's a race car driver. He drives modifieds.
You're right, Gene. It is a special name reserved for special people.
But there's two of you.
Oh, Seth is not a very common name. Yeah, this kid's name's Seth Geary. They call him Big Red. Drives number 7 open wheel modified. Won the UMP points for all of Florida last year. He's great.
It's a biblical name, Gene.
Is that true?
Oh yeah,
from the New Old Testament.
Yeah,
You got to wear a beanie for that.
It's a Jesus name.
Well, no, it was before Jesus, Adam and Eve.
Oh, it was?
It was Adam and Eve, and they had Cain and Abel.
So that's like me getting a confirmation name while I was Catholic as a little guy. Francis.
I think so.
Francis.
Yeah,
you're
Bubba.
You're Francis.
Yeah, Eugene Thomas, Francis Lasker Jr.
No, Eugene John. I'm sorry.
Eugene Thomas,
Francis Lasker Jr. Now, is it
that wasn't on the jail records?
We have talked to. I think we've talked to your dad before, haven't we?
Yeah, you have. He
worked for Frank Chevis.
Yes, he did.
Is he dead now?
I told him to change his name before I sue him.
Well, Gene, has the name longer than you have.
He gave me up when I was a kid, man.
Hello,
and then he wanted to try to jump on board while I was rolling.
We need to talk about this. Hello? Yes, go ahead.
Me too.
I got a question for the racists on the show.
Okay, go ahead.
Who's that?
Do you?
Hold on.
I got a stripper call.
Hold on here. I didn't hear what.
Hold on.
I didn't hear what he said until I figured out what he said. I got a question for the racist on the show. I thought he said I have a question about racing.
I thought you said the racer on the show.
No, I think he was being a dick. I think that was a dick waiting to happen. So anyway, Gene, your dad from Tampa, Gene Lasker Sr., that is your real father.
Yeah.
And is he still alive?
No.
Okay. And now, how did you get up to New York from Tampa? Or did he come, I don't know.
He made his way down here.
With you?
No. I came here with my grandma. My grandma was raising me.
Now, was that
he gave you up for adoption, right,
Hold on,
Gene?
was that his mom?
No.
Was that his mom?
What's that? That was his mom. Let me think. Yeah.
So, do you know who your mom is?
Yeah.
Did she live locally too?
I don't know where she lives. I don't know nothing about her, truthfully.
But you know your dad. You knew your dad.
Yeah. Well, you knew of him. Probably like around 13, 14, maybe 15, somewhere up in there. He popped up, and my uncle tried to get me to see him, and that didn't happen. And he showed up at some racetracks later on,
and then when you became on the radio, he started talking all around town that he was your dad, and he wanted to come on the air when you started being somebody.
Yeah.
So your mom and your dad have you, and your dad gives you to his mother in New York to raise you.
Yeah, gives me up, throws me away.
And,
throw me away like trash.
And then you were in New York till you were, I think, 8 or 9?
Yeah.
And then
every bit of that.
And then Grandma, which was
didn't want me to be a gangster, wanted me to be a good guy, and took me to Sarasota.
Okay. And then is that when you escaped and got up here?
Well, she died a couple years later, and everything was going good until she died. And then I was on my own. Then he wanted to put me in a foster home. Well, that was like jail. I didn't have no reason to be in jail. I didn't do nothing wrong. So I escaped. So as soon as I escaped, now I was really wanted.
As a kid?
As a kid. So, every time they snagged me, they'd arrest me, kind of. Take me and put me in a home. But then when you was in a home, bro, and they were watching you, and you try to make a little bit of money to make a living, they steal all your money.
Well, were you hustling? Like, so 12?
No, I was mowing. I ain't hustling. I was washing cars at car lots and building models for the toy store. And, just a regular job that a kid would do.
Hold on, building models for a toy store. What toy store need? I guess they need displays.
Yeah, they need displays. And
so
they
the
give
owner,
you the model,
the owner doesn't have
good at it.
The owner doesn't have enough time to put it all together. So this
so
is
you
back
put them
when
all
you would,
together and you put them up on the shelf.
But this is back when you'd have to hand paint them.
Oh yeah,
and then you'd have to glue them together.
Yeah. Now get the glue all over the place and take thread and make battery cables and spark plug wires out of it.
And so you would put together. You'd go to the model shop and you'd say, "Hey, I need these three things put together for a display."
Yep.
And how much would you get for a model?
Like $10.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So mowing lawns, washing cars, and putting models together.
Yep.
And they would then realize that you got $30-$40 in your pocket and take it.
Yep. And so I tried to get the neighbor across the street when I was living in Sarasota at a home to hold my money for me because I trusted the old man.
So you're like, hey, man.
So he hands me a Bible. And he says, here. And I go, listen, man, I believe in God like anybody else does, but he ain't watching over me at the moment. He got too much to do. So
hold on,
I have to.
Are you like 12 at this time, 13?
Yeah.
So you're 12 or 13.
So I'm telling him, I say,
you're hustling. You're asking the old timer across the street to hold your money so the foster people don't take it.
So I could buy clothes, man. I went to like 9th grade with one pair of jeans the whole year. You know how hard that is?
I understand.
You know how if you put one little mark on it, someone's going to remember that mark was there?
And then would they make fun of you?
Yeah, of course they would.
Now, did you get in a lot of fights at school?
Of course I did.
Right.
That's what made me Gene Lasker. It's what made me ruined.
That's what made me ruined.
Yeah.
And so the old timer hands you a Bible. You give him.
Listen, man, I know. I said, listen, God helps them who helps themselves, and I get it. So I mean, but what am I going to do with this? I can't just lay my money in at it. He goes, oh, yes, you can. And he goes, open it up. So I kind of like spin the pages a little bit. And, okay. He goes, no, open it. So I open it up in the middle, and the whole center is cut out.
Hollowed out.
For
you to be able
about 2 inches wide and 4 inches long. Okay. And then it's about an inch thickness of the 2-inch Bible's thickness. Put your money in there. Don't put no change in it. Take your rosary beads and wrap it around and tie it and lay it next to your bed. Nobody messes with the Bible. Nobody's going to steal your Bible, and no one's going to open it and touch it. They don't want God against them. Believe me.
And it worked?
Yes. It worked forever.
So how did you get out of Sarasota up north to Tampa?
I was walking, and I was walking on 41. I was headed north. Go up there.
Hitchhiking?
Yeah, hitchhiking, walking, hitchhiking.
At what, 14? 13?
Yeah, I was every bit of that, 14.
Bible,
cut out, money in it. This way you can't get robbed. If you get robbed, then they pack you down and get in your, even if they get in your socks to try to see if you hide your money in your foot. It still worked, you know. Then we looked in the Bible.
So you made it up north.
So I made it up there. I met Jerry Rod.
And then that's where the story of you going to the races on Saturday night and you lied to this guy named Jerry Rod because he was just an old racer. Yeah. And, you know, listen, when you're in a racer and a kid comes by and say, hey, man, can I scrape some mud or can I help? You're like, sure, boy. Take this mud scraper and scrape off all the mud of the car. Okay? And so, you know, that you don't think anything about it. And then you just kept showing up. And then finally you said, hey, my mom said it was okay. If
my mom said it's okay to spend a weekend, help you on your car and stuff, you know. And then that didn't go over good because now he wanted to talk to my mom, and he's pretty strict about not being a weirdo, you know. And
not being a liar.
Right. And so I was at the phone booth, you know, because we had phone booths then, you know. I'm at the phone booth, and I'm making like I talked to my mom, and he snatched the phone out of my hand. And he puts it up to his ear.
And there's nothing there.
Anybody there? And he pops me right in the head with the phone. Beep.
Hold on. He hits you in the phone. Hits you in the head with one of those old-time, real hard plastic,
phones, right. Whack right on the top of the head. He goes,
25 from the Globe Glasker Fridays.
He goes, I knew you wasn't talking to nobody. And he was a smart guy, man. You know, he was just a smart guy. So he helped me out.
Showed up Space 10.
He got a hold of, at that time, one of his best friends was Colonel Calvin Henderson. He ended up to be our sheriff a while back, remember?
Yeah, Cal Henderson.
Well, Cal Henderson, when he was Jerry Rod's best friend, they called him Colonel because I guess he was a colonel.
Yeah, he was a colonel.
And he was the head of narcotics. And at that time, and he was Jerry Rod's really good friend. He got me out of being
fostered
or being wanted.
But Jerry was, when you lived with Jerry Rod from like 15 to 18, wasn't he an absolute just
handful?
I mean, hard ass. Like you get up Saturday morning and he'd be like,
we lived in Shady Hills and we had to dig our own garbage hole. Okay? We had to dig a garbage hole to burn our trash because we didn't have garbage cans. We didn't have
garbage service.
Sanitation department come by. So we would build a hole 6 foot wide, 10 foot long, and about 5 foot. Right around 5 foot deep. Okay.
Who had to dig it?
Me.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So I'm digging it, you know, and then Gary, which was one of his sons, and he was helping, and Mitchell, another one of his half son, he's helping, and he acted like he was Cool Hand Luke. You know, he had his collar up, glasses on, the sunglasses.
Jerry Rod.
And you know his greasy,
like you guys are slaves,
Cuban hair combed back. Yeah, we weren't slaves. We were criminals, you know. We were a chain gang.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had his BB gun, and he pumped that baby up to about 7. And you know, he hits you with 7, he's going to hurt you. Okay?
It can stick sometimes.
And he goes, and the only way we could talk to him was, hey, boss.
Hey, boss.
Hey, boss. Got something to say, boss? What? Boss, can I get a little bit of water, boss? No. Don't ask again. You talk again, shoot you.
Wow.
Boss, can I pop? He pop you with that BB gun. Oh, man, you'd fall over.
Man, let me, where were Child Protective Services back then? So,
my Lord. He would lay the
Cheap Charlie, 215, $20.
When you're shoveling the dirt out and you're getting it high on the sides, he'd lay that gallon of jug of water on top of that dirt. And we're talking about Shady Hills in the summertime, bro. We're talking about in the middle of the daytime on a Sunday.
Ooh. Shady Hills.
Shady Hills is about, by the way, for those that don't know anything about Tampa, Shady Hills is exactly how it's described. Shady. Yeah. It is one of the worst places to live. It is oh my God.
That and Moon Lake.
That and Moon Lake. Shady Hills, Moon Lake, and Seffner are about, and hold on, Kenneth City. No, is it Kenneth City?
Yeah, in Pinellas Park.
Some parts of Pinellas Park. There's some rough areas in this area that you just stay away. So he would shoot the bottle of water right in the middle and let it drain right in front of us, and we couldn't touch it. If we touch it, he'd shoot us. He'd shoot us right in the neck. A BB gun in the neck at 7 pumps will hurt you. That should be a country song. A BB.
So, and then
a BB gun with 7 pumps will hurt you.
He goes, where's all the rabbits at? Rabbits? Yeah, let's get rabbit on me, man. Let's get to running. Come on. You guys need to escape. Get rabbit in you. And he would yell out, where's all the rabbits? And then we would say, I said, I'm going. I'm headed out. I'm not doing this no more. He tried to get out. And he was like a marksman, man. Bro, you'd be wide open, zigzagging, trying to think you're going to zigzag around the tree.
Running wide,
you right off.
Running wide open, and he'd hit you.
And he'd hit you. And he gets you right in the back of the neck.
Now, when you got to be like 17, 18, and you wanted to go out on your own, did you have to escape from Jerry Rods, or were you able to say, Jerry, I'm old enough now to do my own thing. I want to get out of here.
Yeah, no, Jerry was in his car. He had a Vega, it was a Cosworth Vega. It was one of the fast ones. And we were coming home from working at the carburetor shop in Lutz, and a drunken driver passed out at the wheel and hit him head on and broke both of his legs and both of his arms.
Were you in the car too?
No, I was in the car behind him. Oh. So me and Mitchell had to break the door loose and try to rig it out to try to save him from the steering wheel being shoved in his chest, trying to break all his ribs out. And then they, of course, the fire department cut him all out and got him out, and he was in the hospital for like 6 months. So during that 6 months,
man, that had to be the best 6 months of your life.
Well, kind of, except for he had this stepbrother of his who was gay, and
Jesus Christ.
And he was he put him in there as the boss instead of me. And I didn't handle that too well. So I beat him up in the elevator at St. Joseph's Hospital.
You did?
Yeah, I had
So
to.
you guys were probably just got done seeing Jerry.
Yeah, well, I just got done seeing Jerry, and he told me the facts of life was I was listening to, I'm trying to think of his name, but I can't remember it, but I was listening to him, Sammy, I think his name was. I was listening to Sammy, and Sam, as I hit that elevator, he was coming up, and I hit that closed door. What you gonna do? You gonna work for me? And I pop, pop, pop,
and escaped.
Yeah, I left. I went to DNR Garage. You got me a job.
So anyway, Gene, thank you for the long Gene Lasker timeline, which goes right along the lines of the potentially new shirt I might want to come up with. And
I sent you the two
good
other
faces
ones.
of the dude, but I don't want to do that.
Okay, hold on. You sent me what? Let me.
Two other ones because Caviar just added some text to it.
All right, yeah. By the way, just Gene does not like this shirt. And you sent me two other Lummy?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me see here. All right.
Is it just the concept he doesn't like?
Well, it's just the dude's not a bad guy. I mean, he does stuff. He does stuff to to even out the odds on the world.
How about now? See, I think Lasker wants to incorporate "I Love Sarah" and of course the Bubba Army. How about that? I'm thinking Lasker doesn't like the mugshot concept at all.
Did you see the one above it? Yeah, because it has a mugshot too. So
yeah, Gene doesn't like the mugshot deal at all.
Did you get the ones I sent you, Lummy?
Yeah, there's there's a couple in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you send them to me already?
Yeah.
All right, let me see here. But let me when I go like this.
Oh, it's an internet issue.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, I mean, so what's that?
It's another shirt.
That same shirt I got.
Yeah, but then the ones below it, there's like 4 in there, but
we can't see it.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I can resend it.
Yeah, Lasker. Remember that old NASCAR
that
logo?
Was the greatest. Well, you sold out in like a week, and then you didn't make any more because you hated me.
Well, I don't hate you. You're a handful, though. I just think of me as Bubba Rod without the BB gun.
You put your hands on me before too.
I've never put my hands on you. When have I put my? In Indianapolis, I put my hands on you.
You cut me at the other show when we was having a show on the outside, and I wasn't listening.
Oh
because
yeah,
I knew the show that we were doing was great, and you didn't think so because you was out of your element, not being behind the board, being the leader. You was back there in the back. You follow us.
You and I had
and you didn't like it.
You and I had a confrontation in the back.
That's right.
Where your head hit the fence.
You busted my head wide open.
Busted it open. Do we still got that video anywhere? And then and then the other time I put my hands onto him was in Indianapolis, but he deserved it because he told me, "What are you gonna do about it?"
I sent you the other shirt.
I go, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do about it. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna get on my bed and I'm gonna jump off my bed and jump right on you. And he goes, "Well, you're so fat, you'd flatten me." And I go, and so I did. Glad you're getting it. See, I
think you broke one of my ribs at that time too.
Now, Lasker, do you like this better? Glad you're getting to see me, or you probably don't like the picture.
No, you got 4 different ones. A couple of them didn't look too bad.
Mm-hmm. Glad you're getting to see me, Bubba Army. It's still a work in progress. Yeah. So. But maybe by next Friday we'll have more mock-ups for Gene to look at and potentially approve. But we want to do a Gene Lasker T-shirt. We really do. Did you guys see? We'll go to Word, so we're not too far late. But did you see that the Ravens is there any truth to this? I mean, this Justin Tucker, the kicker of the Baltimore Ravens, has now been accused of inappropriate sexual behavior by 6 massage therapists. Do you think that within the massage therapy world, as soon as you find out that you're dealing with an NFL kicker, the scuttlebutt within the massage industry world is that you can come together and say that he asked you to grab his wiener because there's an NFL quarterback that set precedent, and these massage therapist women won millions of dollars.
He got banned. He got banned by a massage parlor, whatever they're called. Yeah. As soon as the massage therapist said what he did, and all 6 of the massage therapists have the exact same story about him.
And apparently he walks around everywhere he goes, head to toe in Ravens gear, telling people he's the Ravens kicker.
Right.
I mean, that's what kickers do.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't blame them. They're kickers. They're the scum of the earth. I mean, and
but he's
the guy that mostly
one
won
of the best
games
of all time, 8-time NFL All-Pro.
Yeah.
I thought they would be like the most important guy.
Well, they are very important, but they're weirdos for the most part. And when the other guys are up and down running sprints, is it that way in the NFL too, Lummy? Like the entire team is doing sprints and stuff like that, and the kickers are over there.
They're kicking the ball,
not having to do it.
Well, they don't have to run.
Yeah, they don't have to. They just kick it. I sent you a picture that Antonio Brown put on his Twitter.
All right, I'll get to that next. Okay, all right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
He doesn't even run his account.
Yeah,
but he's got whoever's running it makes him a bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, he put some good stuff out there. Yeah, funny stuff.
He's not very politically correct.
Not at all. Look at these donuts.
Hey, when that kid fell off that pole and died with the pole greased,
yeah.
So they're in trouble for that?
Who?
The people who greased the pole.
It was the city.
Yeah.
The city greased them to keep people off of them.
Yeah, but it also made them fall off of it, too.
Yeah, but, I think they have signs everywhere saying don't fucking climb the poles.
Don't matter.
Yeah, bullshit it don't.
You can't.
You can't sue. You cannot sue a municipality for you climbing on their fucking poles when they have signs about don't climb the poles and they greased them. And you decided, that's like saying you're going to...
That's trying to hurt a person even though he's breaking the law, but, it doesn't mean you're allowed to kill him.
That's like saying, okay, I'm going to go 150 miles an hour in a 70 and then sue the state of Florida for, making me go 70.
Well, it'd be like going 100 in a 50 and you hit a pothole and then crash, but you sue the city because of the pothole.
That's probably a better analogy. You're probably right on that. Man, Gene, my. Did you get a chance, buddy? Did you get a chance to see any of the highlights from last week at my track?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God.
Good racing.
Gene, the street stocks were, we went and measured afterwards, 8 inches from the fence in turn 1 and 2. 8 inches. They pushed the cushion up that high.
And they rolled that high up in the air.
Yeah, and the modified, same way. Devin Dixon, you should have seen Devin Dixon. Fuck. I'm gonna see if I can find it. And so, you know, Lucas is, you know, this.
Did Matthews make any of the shows?
He got, I think he got second Saturday night. Did you see the Brian and Shirley car that caught fire?
Nope.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna show you that. You're gonna freak out on this. Oh, I can't. I gotta have a subscription.
I was a little nervous.
Oh.
Those clears are good. Those things are, donuts are strong.
What's that?
The donuts are strong. The eclairs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're jammed full of fucking.
Oh, shit. Especially for being a 7-Eleven donut. You did a good job.
We got lucky, probably.
Come on.
I would have stopped at Publix yesterday going home.
Come the fuck on.
I had that damn Sunbelt machine on the back. And I didn't think could I pull it in and out and get caught up with some crazy woman beeping at me.
50 laps for the 2025 PJ Wiggins. Fires again in the 0 car in turn to side.
Yes. No. Okay. No.
Now, Lasker.
Yeah.
That's the modified. Look at how high that is.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. You got the right setup on that, right?
Oh, I got the recipe. Baby. I got Rob, my boy Rob. Hold on, here we go.
That track looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
It's the Friday edition with Gene Lasker. I'll make this quick, Lummy, because people hate when I talk about racing. But my biggest week in the history of not only Tom Bean and I own in the racetrack, but in probably the 73-year history of Bubba of Ocala Speedway, is we're going to have the largest national spotlight on us ever as East Bay. We've taken over East Bay's real estate within the Lucas Super Late Model division. And, you know, it's what East Bay, was noted. I mean, it was most famous for, and that is hosting 6 nights of the Lucas Super Late Model Lucas race. It's $7,000 to win Tuesday, $7,000 to win on Wednesday, $10,000 on Thursday, $15,000 on Friday, and $25,000 on Saturday. And Lasker will tell you, being, having raced for 40 plus years, those are some huge, Gene, $260,000 worth of purses.
Right, that's good money.
For 6 nights. And I got my buddy, Rob Platfoot from Eldora, the guy that does the track prep from Eldora.
And he did that dirt right there?
Well, him and I did. I ran he graded.
Well, what did you do?
I tilled and watered.
Because it ain't never looked like that.
Well,
he had a teammate.
You know why it's never looked like that? 3 reasons. One, I've never had, I've done it all myself, and I don't have really that much help.
Look at that beautiful shine right there by the green light, right in the middle.
I got a 700 that beard equipment services. Beard equipment gave me a 700. Let me for advertising a $700,000 brand new grader.
Oh wow!
Sunbelt Rental gave me 2 brand new water trucks. And
so you just laid the water right when you wanted to.
And West to West Construction gave me a 7000 series John Deere tractor that had enough horsepower to really till up the track the way we need it. And, like Rob's up there right now, he's laying water and turning the track over every day.
Well, you cutting that track right there and turn one that what is about 15 feet of straight cut on that inner dirt right there.
Yeah.
I would use that to my.
You'd be right here.
I know.
And this is
but if I had to pass somebody that was in my lane, I would jump right down to that bottom. I would go straight and not even turn and put the slide job, nasty slide job right there.
You've raced my track for a long time.
Yes.
And have never. Now, and this thing, Gene, this is all dry slick.
Right, but it's the same.
I know.
Look at how nice and shiny it is.
Let me see. You didn't see any of this. And so I got to play a little bit. This is the open wheel modifieds.
The dirt looks darker.
Devin Dixon and Jeff Matthews, 2 local guys. And see all these national guys were in town, and look who's up front, the local guys. Oh,
whoa! Chase Holland, Clay Harris.
Man, that
spins in turn
had
2.
No reason to do that.
I know.
Collects 1 car. Dips the tire track to the leader. Meanwhile, Matthews dips down to the low side.
Look at this guy on the high side. Look at the guy on the high side.
Here comes Matthews. Look at him to the inside of Dixon.
Now listen, most everybody goes low in 3 and 4. Watch Dixon.
Calculating his move.
Look at that.
Right against the fence.
Look at that.
Dixon negotiates turn 3. Here's Matthews in 4.
You can
Man,
see
I
Lasker's
missed that
pushing.
so much.
Jeff's pushing.
Yeah.
Loses grip and momentum.
See how he drove down there with that straight spot you built?
Turn number 3, but it's going to be Devin Dixon.
That's a good. That's a nice track.
What a nice track.
Unbelievable.
So anyway, if we can replicate that track for the Lucas Supers, they'll be banging off the wall like at Eldora.
3 wide.
Oh my God, I'm so excited! It starts Tuesday night. They were at Alltech last night. I don't know who won. I think RTJ won. I think Ricky Thornton Jr. won. Devin Dixon was leading with 1 to go and popped a tire, popped a right rear. So I think RTJ won last night. So they'll race at Alltech tonight and then Saturday, and then they'll be at my place Sunday getting all parked, and then Monday practice, and Tuesday the races. I won't be here in the studio Monday. I'll be from my hauler. I'm sorry, my RV, which we've already determined that I can do. Gene, did you listen to the show when I was from up there?
Oh yeah,
he was here.
I was here.
Oh, that's right.
I was cheering you on.
Oh yeah, here you go. I remember Lasker was like, I don't like this because I
didn't like it
because I miss him.
Well, you're right there, and you when you say something, and I want to say the last word, or I want to say the first word of something you want to say, but I help you out. Or
you mean try to get a zinger in?
Yeah, or that, or just the regular talking that we do. You're not there to see yourself do it.
Whatever you're saying, Gene.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So anyway, Justin Tucker, kicker, Ravens, now is. Are they going to investigate this?
Yes.
Have the Ravens? Is this
I don't know if there could be criminal because I think this happened in 14.
What did
maybe?
he do?
Well, he goes to these massage therapists and then asks them to take care of his wiener.
Well, he's
and what's the problem with that?
Why he's wearing his
Why are
jersey?
they in the massage business if they don't think that's going to happen?
Well, I mean, I think that
He pressed his wiener up against them.
Yeah.
And then he jerked it on a table.
Okay,
And he
and
left
that
it.
harmed them?
Well,
in
no,
some
I mean
shape or form?
that's not an atmosphere that they want to be working in, and they're
Then don't be a massage parlor person.
well. I mean, Gene.
All right, well,
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's went on since the Western days. It's not like anything's changed.
You mean since the settlers?
Right.
All right, and they would go into a town and there would be a brothel.
Yeah.
Well, that's not legal anymore, Gene. That's not
That
not
still ain't out of our head, though. It might not be legal, but we still think about it.
Well, when you go to a massage parlor, you want your wiener taken care of?
Well, I don't go to massage parlors, but if I did, I probably would ask.
What?
Do they do the wiener roast? I don't know.
The wiener roast.
Gene goes, I don't know. You do the wiener roast? I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, it looks like 6 massage therapists have all got the same story. That when he goes and to these massage parlors or massage whatever, he is sexually aggressive, and that's not what these women are signing up to be. They're they're legitimate massage therapists that want to give you a legitimate massage.
So they're on Dale Mabry, not on Nebraska.
Right,
Well,
Gene.
he needs to go to the right place.
Right, he's picking the wrong places because there's probably places that you can go to that will do that.
But he's got a lot of money, so he thinks, the money's going to help him get through it.
Well, that or his, the fact that he's somewhat, that he's famous in Baltimore at least.
Okay.
But I mean, isn't he arguably, Seth, he's one of the best kickers in the league, is he not?
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like he's like, what, a 7-time Pro Bowler or something?
I think Rhett's at 8.
Yeah. So this guy, and so
All pro. Not
so
just
he's
a
in trouble
Pro Bowler,
because
all
some
pro.
broad said he did that.
No, 6.
6 of them did.
6 of them did.
They all know each other?
Probably.
5 of the women said Tucker asked them to massage his pelvic region or inner thighs while he had an erection. Then they said he repeatedly wiggled his pelvis to remove the sheets, which fully or partially exposed his genitals. 2 women said Tucker brushed them with his exposed penis. 3 said when they returned to the treatment room after Tucker left, they discovered a large wet spot on the massage table, which they strongly believed to be ejaculate.
So Justin Tucker, by the way, Antonio Brown has already, whoever
What's
runs
criminal about any of that?
whoever runs Antonio Brown's Twitter tweeted this yesterday. Massage women in the background, and then Deshaun Watson and Justin Tucker shaking hands. Now, Gene, do you know about this guy?
No.
Okay, this guy's name's Deshaun Watson.
He's either a kicker or a quarterback.
No, he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Low number.
but he used to be with the Houston Texans.
Yes.
And he settled. There were 21 women or more that came out and said that he was also looking for a wiener roast, and
massage parlor.
And he got sued badly. Did the NFL step in and they suspended him for half a year or something? Didn't they?
I think it was. I don't know if it was a full season, but it was definitely more than 10 games.
Right. The
And
NFL
his was much more damning than Justin Tucker. Like Deshaun Watson is a certified creep. Justin Tucker, we got to wait for things to come out, but it certainly doesn't look good for him either.
But Deshaun Watson's next level.
Yeah, he's.
I mean, there's 6 ladies that said, Justin Tucker, maybe rub, and there was a little wet. Deshaun Watson, man.
Does it matter if it's 24 women or 6? I mean,
it really probably doesn't.
I mean, it seems
I think
like
after 2, Seth, or after one legitimate one,
then you're a weirdo.
Then I think you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
So you might as well make it 30.
What's even worse for Tucker, too, is I think if I read correctly, they said the first time someone reached out to the Baltimore Ravens organization about Justin Tucker was like 2018 was the first instance of him having a little run-in. I think as far as the accusations on this specific example go, it's 2021 is the earliest listed example, but apparently he's had stuff going on for a while, and the question is how long the Ravens have known about it.
From 2012 to 2016.
Well, if they ain't helped the dude out and, get him some help from that day on, it's their fault, too.
Gene Lasker, Esquire, is saying, I'm going to put the Ravens on notice as well. As an organization, because there's more money there. Because we tried to tell you back in 12 this guy was part of one of the wiener roast, and you didn't do anything
just
about
washed it for him and give it back.
Hello, who's this?
Yo, Bubba?
Yeah.
question for Stat.
Oh, this is Calvin.
Is this troll?
It's the guy that used to come to the fence, the gate.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
No, it can't be because he's got a like a no contact.
Well,
he's not contacted.
This is the sativa guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know that Calvin? Do you know that you're really, 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 really jeopardizing your freedom by calling me right now?
This is Sir from Tampa.
No. Let me have your phone number. All I have to do is submit this recording of you calling my show and messing with me. And do you know that you'll probably go to jail?
I just got this phone number.
Mm-hmm. Why would you? You've already had to pay us for damaging our gate. We have a restraining order on you, a no contact order on you, and that includes calling into the show. Why would you do that?
Bubba, my name is Sir.
No, it's not. We know who it is. It's Calvin, right? I mean, whatever. Brandon. What's his real name?
Brandon. Yeah.
But you know for a fact that it's him.
Yeah.
Brandon, I'm going to turn this over to the city of Tampa police, and they'll probably come and pick you up today because you violated your no contact order. You're not supposed to be calling us. You're not supposed to be, but you can't help yourself, can you? Why would you call us if you are jeopardizing going to jail by contacting me? You've already messed with my property. You've already had to pay me some money to fix my gate. You pled guilty. You didn't even fight it because you know we had surveillance and we had all of our cameras and stuff.
Do you know how much that guy paid?
Yeah, I do know. I do know how much that guy paid. Brandon paid. I know how much
over $3,000.
Yeah, over $3,000.
Does that get him into barf?
No. What it does is.
What a businessman.
Does that guy know that he is not supposed to be contacting me in any way, shape, or form?
You got to give credit though. That's pretty funny.
One of my best friends.
Oh, that guy, Brandon's one of your best friends?
Yeah.
Right.
What a liar.
Well, Brandon, good knowing you, my friend. I don't know why. What did you want to talk about?
Dude, I'm not Brandon. I'm his friend, Sir.
Okay, sir.
It's his friend.
It's his friend, Sir. All right, Brandon's friend, Sir.
What do you want?
That's really.
Call me Brandon's friend. Do whatever. But I'm Sir from Tampa.
Okay.
How about
what do you want?
I like to ask Seth a question.
Ask Seth a question?
Yeah.
Seth, just realize what you're dealing with here. So.
He's burying himself right now.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Seth, is it racist to say the N-word?
Oh, man. Sir.
Why is he asking you that?
I don't know. Because he's just. I don't. Why? Brandon,
give me this guy's address.
Sir, my name is Sir.
Brandon.
I'll make you call me sir.
I'm going to tell you right now, don't ever call the show. There's a no contact order. There's a
wrong guy.
There's a no contact order. You've already had to pay me $3,000 for breaking my gate.
Exactly. $3,000, Bubba.
For breaking my gate.
For what?
Was
that gold plated? Was that keyback gold plated? I might drive by and find out if it was gold plated or not. Because if it's not, Bubba, we're gonna have some words.
You know what?
Understand me?
Have some words with me.
You know what?
I understand that.
Come right on by, buddy, and we'll see how that works out for you. No, don't come by because you have a no contact order. But if you feel frisky and you want to violate that order.
Listening to you, Bubba, you fucked up. You told me to come by, and that's what I'm doing.
I said, don't come by because you'll be violating your no contact order.
To come by. I'll tell Sativa_Rise to come by. Okay? I'm going to hang up now. I'm going to call them. You guys have a blessed day.
Boy, you attract some weirdos, don't you, big boy? If you cap one of them, the rest of them will quit doing it.
I can move the transmitter up front. We'll get it on tape. 4K, live for the people.
Well, hopefully he's at the gate when I pull out.
A little bit of Gene Lasker street justice.
I don't understand a guy that pled guilty to harassing us and to breaking our gate and had to pay us $3,000.
What was his problem from the beginning?
We don't know.
We don't know.
He would just show up at the studio and
hate
and just try to get in. And then he took all the garbage out of our garbage. We had our garbage out one night, and he took all the garbage trash bags and hung them on our gate. And then he would tape himself and put it on his Instagram or his Twitter or whatever. And he did this for, I don't know, several different times.
No kidding.
And we filed. He would show up here and just harass us.
Wow.
And he would go on live on his social media at our studio, damaging our property. And, that'd be like, Lasker, how would you feel? You got a pretty good gate like I do. I'm sure that Buffalo Powder Coating, Lasker Powder Coating, I'm sure you probably have cameras around there.
Okay.
And a guy goes to your gate and breaks your gate over the weekend. And then puts it on his Instagram or his, whatever social media. Was it Instagram, Lummy?
Yes.
Puts it on his Instagram with him breaking your gate and calling you out, saying, Lasker, it's the weekend, by the way, so we weren't here. Lasker, get your ass out of here, you fat ass, get out here. And then he hangs all of your garbage bags on your gate, and you get there the next morning, and your gate is completely full of garbage bags. And then you go and he puts a sticker on your gate where his Instagram address, and you go to there, and he has documented all of it. All I had to do to the cops was to give him I just gave him footage from his Instagram.
Wow.
We had footage from our surveillance system as well, but what would you do if somebody was messing with your business like that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a cop caller, so I'm not going to call them. But
you're not a cop caller.
I'm going to probably stalk him, and as soon as I can catch him out of a camera, I'm going to do away with him.
Bacho, can we take a break real quick?
Yeah, sure.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Especially if he's threatening to come by.
I'm tired of this motherfucker.
Why would you waste your life like that? I mean, I don't get that part. I mean, I can see if he was mad because you did something to him, or, you laughed at him and degraded his business and stopped him from getting one big account or something, then he's got heat with you then, but I thought the racist thing was going to be shoved on me. Trying to make me say something.
I don't even know why he's asking Seth. What the fuck is Seth? Seth doesn't say that. Just know that he's back, and that he's brazen, and that he doesn't give a fuck about any type of order that's been issued. So.
Hung your trash bags on your fence.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember, Seth, were you here the first round where he would call with the neighbor lady, and the neighbor lady called me and said that he would go down to her apartment and like say really bad things about, like, maybe hurting her or abducting her. That's what we called the police, and they went and showed up and told him to stop. I think, Gene, if you violate a no contact order and you've already pled guilty,
you're arrested.
I think they put you in jail, don't they?
Oh yeah. Well, they'll arrest him. He'll have to go see a judge to get any kind of time or a fine. But he'll have to pay for a lawyer.
Yeah, he had to pay for a lawyer last time.
Yeah. Have you dealt with guys like this most of your life doing this?
Nope. Just since social media.
Oh, the social media.
Because now they got away. Back in the day, they would just show up at the radio station and, really no. I mean, not really. Just because people didn't have an avenue to show their craziness. You know what I'm saying? So, you could be crazy and not like a show or like something, but you didn't have a way to get that message out and make yourself feel like you're a fucking,
Right, you could only call in and you cut them off anyway, and so that it didn't get out of hand. But now they can.
Now they can be a weirdo, and then now he can post this on his and.
Yeah, and get some people to laugh about it.
That ain't him. Is that him, Lummy? On it's a different number. I'm sorry. What?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I think his name is Brandon, is his first name.
Yeah, it came up on the caller ID.
So, Brandon, I'm just telling you, don't come down here. It's my understanding that we have a no contact order. They gave that to you back when you had to, make restitution to me. And I don't understand for the life of me why you'd want to start messing around with us again, due to the fact that you're going to have to lawyer up. First of all, you're probably going to get arrested today for just having violated the no contact order. Like, do you think that the police and we are dumb enough to? I mean, how stupid are you when you say, "Oh no, I'm not Brandon. I'm Brandon's friend."
Sir,
what do you think we're in 8th grade? What do you think, sir? What do you think we are in 8th grade? Come on now. When you think caller ID doesn't matter? What do you think that you can't trace back your likeliness, who you are to your phone number?
Where your number says your name?
Where your number says your name and it's the same number that you used to stalk us before? And, listen, not liking us and calling up and telling us we suck and Seth sucks and Lummy sucks and Gene Lasser's a dick and Bubba's a fat ass and Rhett's a filthy ginger and Macho Man's stupid. We have to take a certain amount of that. But for you to come to our actual, broadcast place, threaten us, damage our gate, and document all this on your own social media is unacceptable.
My gate costs $9,000.
No, mine's only 3, Gene.
Well, mine costs $9,000. It's a roller, electric roller. So you bend mine, you got to replace the whole thing.
Right. Well, what he did with ours is he bent it and messed up some of the components in the keypad. And and we got a replacement, keypad, but we're already having problems with it again.
Yes, we are.
So it hasn't been right since the first time he messed with it. So it would, you've already shown your ass. When we first had our interaction with you, I don't think Seth was part of the show, but Lummy, do you remember he called from he was in an apartment complex or something like that?
Yeah, he was
with some girl that wasn't his wife, and she wasn't, and he wasn't her husband. And remember, I think she called us or was trying to say
she was scared.
Yeah, he would put her on the air. He was down there at her apartment, maybe trying to touch her or something. And then she was like, "I'm scared. Help me.
Yep.
Like, this guy's a weirdo." And then after we kind of got him to go away and got charges on him, I had people, I guess he had to sell his house in this neighborhood, and I think it was like in Lutz or something. And I had 2 neighbors, 2 females who are married with kids, husbands, whole 9 yards. And they're like, "Listen, thank you so much for doing what you did to get that scumbag out of our," I guess he had to sell his house. He moved out of our neighborhood, but he had our kids scared. We were just scared because he's such a weirdo. This guy is such a weirdo. So I was actually having people from his neighborhood call me up and thank me.
Similar Glass Travis, 25.
Thank you, my friend. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Bubba. How are you, sir?
Well, it's you've heard the show so far.
Yes, I have. It's unfortunate that there's still weeds like that Brandon cat that are out there running around.
Different
that we
name,
can't just
different number.
Different number, but him?
Yeah.
How do you know, Lummy?
I can pick up his voice.
Lummy says that this is you, Brandon.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, this is Mike, man, out of Lithia, dude. This is not He's not the Brandon guy. This is a longtime listener of your show. You guys have got many tickets to Eric Andrews, and Bubba. No, I'm not the Brandon guy. No way, man. I was calling to say it was good to hear Gene again, and I was trying to lighten up the mood. If we could listen to some Gene smoking some salvia. I got
No. I OD'd on that day.
Gene OD'd that day. It wasn't a good day for the show. It was a red letter day that we're not going to ever replay.
Oh, okay. My bad, Gene. I didn't know you had flashbacks on it like that, but that was some of the funniest stuff I had ever saw, man. I got caught up in a rabbit hole on that, and
it was a funny day, and it was
funny radio.
It was good radio. Okay, I get that, but I did not like what I went through.
It was bad. All right, appreciate it. Thanks, sir. We were talking about the kicker from the Baltimore Ravens, and man, I don't even know if I have enough time, or I can even read. It's such fine print. But
just a long denial, pretty much.
Is it just?
Yeah, it's a long denial of the
from him.
Yes. Justin Tucker.
He can't let this go. Without fighting it. It's ruining him and his family. It's a hit piece.
Oh, he's married?
Yes, he wasn't married at the time. I don't think.
He's a dog.
No, he was married at the time.
He was okay.
For some of the allegations.
I've always made a conscious effort to be considerate and respectful in all interactions with the community that I love so much. It's devastating for me to learn that. By the way, this is the last paragraph of maybe 6 or 7 paragraphs.
It was 9 different people can lie about me.
It was devastating for me to learn that anyone would feel that I was offensive in any way. I maintain, and I did not act inappropriately at any part during and after a professional bodywork treatment session. I would never intend to offend or hurt anyone ever. As a matter of principle, I respect when individuals come forward to report misconduct of any kind.
He would never intend to, but he clearly did.
Yeah, he would never intend to have his hard wiener rubbed against you, but he did. Here's the deal, man. If I have gone to, like, my sister, as a matter of fact, and I never talked about it on the air because I just didn't want the haters to really know or to know what day I was going or anything like that. But for Christmas, my sister got all of us, me, Tarek, Merch Crick, my mom, and Tara, like we did a spa day at the Safety Harbor Spa, and that was like a massage, and then like a facial where they really do a deep cleanse on your face.
Whoa!
And yeah, I mean it was
cucumbers in your eyes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I did all that, and but I kept like I actually had a male masseuse, but I prefer females. But I always keep my underwear on. Like in all the massages I've ever gotten, I always keep my underwear on, just because if you need to rub my ass or my glutes and to get into that, you can do it through the underwear, and that way there's no
need no lawyer.
There's no. I'm not going to need a lawyer because my penis is not coming out of my underwear. Even if I was aroused because she was hot, what have you, I don't think I could get aroused because I'm so afraid to get aroused that I would get myself out of the. You have to have the right mind space in order to get aroused, and if you're afraid that by
You're
getting
telling me that in all the massage parlors that you've been to, you've never done nothing?
No. You know what? I take that back, Gene.
Okay.
I did one time.
Okay.
In Connecticut.
Yep.
But it was one of those.
It was made to do.
Meaning, like that's the guys.
That's what you went for.
And remember Manson's father-in-law, Bob.
Yep.
He played Ned. So when we would go out and have to bring Ned, we would bring Bob. That's who Ned was modeled after. And we would just tell Bob, don't talk. And then I'll get on the air next day and said Ned was too drunk to talk. And, Manson did the voice of Ned. And, until we became
visual
on the air. No, but until we became until the show became visual, you could never really, Manson could go back and forth with Ned. And then I had some Ned hot buttons on my instant replay where I could actually have Manson and Ned talking at the same time.
The stand-up comedian thing, man, you pulled that off great.
Yeah, when we did Bubba Paloozas, I had an Iggy on that. Yeah. But oddly enough, Bob. No, it wasn't Bob. It was Brent. I don't want to get Bob in trouble. I thought.
Yeah, Brent went with you to Connecticut.
I thought it might have been Bob, but I don't think it was.
No, he went with us.
So it was. Did you go too?
Yeah, I was there.
Was it me, you, and Brent?
Yep.
And okay, so you're going to be honest with it too, then. They, it was one of those kind of massage parlors that Deshaun Watson and Justin and the guy.
But we didn't know it was you had that top secret. Yo, you did, but we didn't until we got there.
So are you saying you didn't do anything? Because she took me around the farm. I mean, I'll tell you how it went. You went in, you paid $80.
I'm saying, like, who's that? The Sean guy? I completely didn't, disrespect anybody by using anything or doing anything.
But Gene, he went to massage parlors like Massage Envy and things like that, where where Sarah and other housewives and businessmen are going to get a legitimate non-sexual massage.
Our place was around behind a place. When you went in the door, you had to go through another door to another building.
So, and we were told specifically,
I didn't think we were going to leave the place.
This was if you want to get a happy ending massage, go to this place. So me, Lasker, and Brent went there.
Yep.
And you have to get in this one door and then pay your $80 and then go through another door. And then you go to this little room, and they came in and said, okay, Gene, you go with this girl. Bubba, you go with that girl. Brent, you go with that girl. They took you to this like big shower area, and they literally made you get nude, and they scrubbed you down, including your wiener. Like they literally would scrub your wiener. And then you would go to another room where they would start massaging you. They would even walk on your back and all that kind of stuff. And then they flipped you over, gave you a little bit of leg massage, a little bit of chest massage, a little bit of sinus, kind of where they kind of, do your little nose. And then they got into massaging your wiener. Now that's it. It was just a massage of your wiener. There was no intercourse or anything like. I think oral was on the menu. But I think I just got
on the menu.
I think so. You don't know, Gene, because I paid for all three. I said
I know. I was led in there like livestock.
So hold on, I did tell Gene, you got to go with me. He's like, where are we going? We're going to a massage joint. Yeah, okay, great. And he didn't know. So Gene, when they went to take your wiener around the farm, what did you say?
I don't know. I just got bright-eyed and went, whoa, okay.
Whoa. Hey, how about it?
I hollered.
But here's the deal,
Sponge. You pay for this.
But here's the deal. Like
he was in another room.
We knew. They offered it at when we first got there.
Oh yeah.
They offered listen, it's $80, and then after that it's another, $100. If you want the
whenever
if you
they
want the
stood
kicker.
us in that room, and then like 8 girls come out, and the one lady goes, "Pick which one you want." That's when I knew it was on.
Right. My dad took me to the Mustang Ranch outside of Reno. In 1992, when I visited my dad, I was in Milwaukee.
You owe him big.
I was in Milwaukee. It was before I came to Tampa. It was it was June of 92. And I flew from Milwaukee to Reno, and my dad said we were going to go to. We went over to the Hearst Castle in San Francisco, and then we went to the LA Roadster show in Los Angeles. But before that, we were in Reno for one day. My dad's like, "Hey, you ever been to a like a whorehouse?" I'm like, "No, I never have been, Dad." He goes, "You want to go?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah. How much is it? And he goes, it's like $200. Don't let him get you, And I go, okay. And so my dad takes me out there, and he kind of tells me how to do it.
Good man.
So my dad at that point, who wasn't married, he's like, what you do is you go and sit at the bar, because they're going to, as soon as you walk in, he goes, the best time to do it's during the day, like 2:00, because there's hardly anybody there, and you can get a better deal. Because they're, if they got 9 guys,
supply and demand.
Right, supply and demand. So, we had 2 dudes and 15 chicks. But if you go out there at 8:00 at night, you could have, 15 dudes and 17 chicks. And, you don't really have much of a selection. So he goes, listen, we sit down at the bar, and then they will, instead of walking in, they'll do a lineup if you want. But otherwise, just tell them you're there to have a beer or two. And then the ladies will all come up and introduce themselves individually for 2 or 3 minutes, just to say, hi, my name's Jennifer. My name's Rhonda. And then you get a better feel for it. So we went there, and we sat down at the bar, ordered 2 Miller Lights.
Did you pick the first one that walked up to you?
I did. I did. And so my dad... Hold on, I go in there, and so when you go back to their room, what you don't realize is it's all mic'd. They have live microphones in there, because the house mom has to hear the deal, because the house gets like 20 or 30%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so they know what you're dealing with.
So, when the girl goes back there,
you might be a sucker and pay way more.
But here's the deal: the hooker could tell the house mom that it was a $200 deal when really it was a $400 deal,
right?
And the house gets screwed. So they're listening in for the deal, and then once the deal's cut, they turn the mic off and they ain't listening no more. So I go in there, and she's like, what are you thinking? You want a full girlfriend experience or anything like that? I'm like, yeah, I want it all. And so she goes, okay, and it was like $250. So I give her money. Then they take, and this is the most humiliating thing that's ever happened to me. And I'm so far removed from it that I'm not embarrassed to tell the story today. Like, I'm just being honest. But they take you to this bathroom. They make you pull your pants down, and they make you it's kind of like a bidet kind of deal. And they literally inspect your penis. They literally stretch Armstrong it out and inspect it to make sure you don't have any herpes or any sores or anything like that on it. And of course they use condoms, but they still want to know that your penis doesn't have, sores all over it. So they inspect your penis, and then you go after they inspect your penis and wash you up real good. Then you got a bed in there and everything, and you can do what you want. So I didn't really last that long, Lummy, because I was so caught up in the experience, and she was really hot, and she really knew it. And Lummy, they're such workers; they know all the hot, dirty words to say while you're doing things.
Oh,
and things.
yeah.
So you don't last nearly like you could.
You didn't put on a good show.
So hold on, I go get mine done. I get my wiener inspected. I get taken care of. I have my girlfriend experience. I go to walk out. Doug Clem still hasn't even cut his deal yet. He's still at the bar going through the chicks. He's still interviewing chicks.
That's right. He's gonna get the right smell.
So he's like, listen, you're done already? I'm like, yeah. And he goes, well, I haven't even begun to start. So if you want to go take the car into town and maybe get you a couple hamburgers or something, come back and pick me up in 2 hours.
Jeez.
So I went back and picked up
his money worth.
Picked up the old timer in 2 hours thereafter, and he was waiting for me. But I might be of everybody here the only person that whose father took him to a. Now, could you ever imagine Larry doing such a thing for you?
No, I really couldn't.
And if you did,
I don't even think we ever talked about sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you learn about sex kind of like the way that all of us did, just kind of like through friends and stuff? Like when Larry Plummer is the one that told me about how his friend Tom Johnston had told him about
Here, Bubba, get in the closet. Watch me.
No, that's not what Larry Plummer said. About when you first learned how to masturbate. Like Seth, who did one of your best friends, older kids in the neighborhood, tell you about it? Like give you a couple Playboy books or something?
No, I learned on my own at the age of 15 when I was watching Jerry Springer, Too Hot for TV.
See, you had those type of stimulants. We didn't.
It was a videotape, Bubba. I wasn't like I was on the brink of technology, back then.
Back in 77, 78, we didn't have videotapes. We didn't have anything.
Well, you had dirty magazines.
Yeah, I know. If you would happen to get a dirty magazine, you would savor that.
Savor it.
Oh, you would just it would just be like the most precious thing that you own. And sometimes you couldn't keep it in your house because your mom would find it. So, Lumba, you'd have to go out to the woods and store it underneath some old tin or something like that, and wrap. Well, I used to wrap mine up in garbage bags.
Oh, okay.
And then dig a little hole, and then put it underneath a car door at the junkyard or something like that. Who taught you how to masturbate?
A kid in school. I waited for my mom.
Just like
so gay.
just like the way Larry Plummer told me about it.
Yeah, it was a friend of mine.
Did he say,
"Hey, check this out"?
What did he say to you?
He pretty much was like, I learned this. I guess he had an older brother.
That's how you usually learn from an older.
It's extra gay now.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's not gay at all.
It's passed down from your
No.
this dude at school showed me. Well, where's that dude now? Are you thanking him, Lummy?
That guy didn't physically show
We were
you.
sitting out in the front of the school waiting for our parents.
Just like the way me and Larry were. We were sitting waiting for our moms to pick us up, and Larry's like, "Hey, have you ever heard of?"
He said he found a cool new thing to do.
That's exactly what I was saying. He's like, "Hey, have you ever, jade off?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "What? Have you ever jade off?" No. What happens? Well, you rub your wiener extra this way or that way, and next thing you know, you get this really, really good feeling.
And you don't want,
and it's like the most incredible feeling ever. And then something comes out of your,
and then you just want to keep doing it.
And then after you do it that first time, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to build my whole life around when I can get alone and do it again. Now, see, we're all chuckling there because we all know that whoever taught us how to do it or how we learned how to do it, or about how we we all do know this, that after we did it the first time, we were like monkeys in the zoo. We couldn't do it enough. Like your mom and dad were going down to the store for 20 minutes. What did you do? You went, it's just like it's like it's the most incredible. Like you do it when you were 7th, 8th, 9th grade, you do it like 4 times a day.
I think not everybody, Bubba. This might have turned you into the man/deviant that you are today.
I mean, you
excessive.
Didn't?
I didn't. I had school and stuff, man. I had a job. I couldn't whack it all day.
3 days? Three times a day?
No, God, no.
I'd get one in the morning.
I tried to see how many times I could do it on a Saturday.
Yeah.
My record was 9, and I'm like, I got to beat that during the summer.
How the heck do you remember that?
Because it was a memorable moment.
Yeah, when you masturbate.
You remember the number 9?
When you masturbate to completion 9 times in one day, that's memorable,
That's
Gene.
right.
Did you ever pass the knowledge down, Lummy, that kid gave to you? Did you ever teach anybody how to do it?
Are you going to tell your son that?
No, I never.
You're going to tell him, hook him up and say,
no.
Try to beat Dad's record?
Just hold on. Hold on. Just like none of our dads told us how to do it.
I know, but it's a different environment now.
I understand, and it's easier for these boys to learn about it with what's out there. They can get it right there on their phones.
A couple buttons on the keypad, it pops up on the screen, and we're talking.
I mean, back in the day, I had to go to the woods, Lummy, get my Hustler book. Come back home when nobody was there.
Lean against the sap on the tree.
Look at the Hustler.
What a hard life, man.
So I had to wait 40 minutes while my picture was downloading to see if I liked it or not.
Yeah.
Right?
And then I learned, my dad's the shop vac, which is, that's a very infamous story. My dad had this shop vac that was almost broken. It didn't have, it had probably 25% of the suction that it used to have when it was brand new. But he would use it. You know how, like
you get the crumbs around his drill press.
Exactly. Like, if you got a shop vac and it's still got just a little suction left, you don't want to throw it out.
No.
So, but if you would get Lummy, if you get a brand new shop vac and put on your wiener, it would suck your wiener off. I mean, it would hurt it.
Give you a blood blister.
It would really, really hurt it. Because, if you got like a really but this one was broken down and on its last leg, which, barely. So one day I just stuck my wiener in it. And I was like, oh my God, this has got to be
that part right there.
What do you mean?
What kind of guy thinks that?
A deviant from the day he was born, Gene.
A deviant.
Yeah,
that means what?
It means that he is just a perverted sexual creature,
broken creature.
That all started when his dad took him to the whorehouse. Then he was watching his best friend have sex. Then he started putting it in a vacuum cleaner.
That's not the
being
time.
a deviant that he is, it's never going to end.
Never.
Not
Seth, you were a little off on timeline.
Yeah, the timeline goes like this. Back in 1979, 7th grade. Hold on.
I think we still get to the same answer, though.
No, it doesn't go. Dad goes to the whorehouse. Then you watched Larry. Then you went to the shop vac. No, I want to. In context, you got to know the right time frame. A. Larry Plummer tells me about this older kid that told him on how to do it. Okay. B. I do it a lot. C. I discover my dad's broken down shop vac. D, Larry gets a full-time girlfriend and lets me watch. And then I become
unbelievable.
Right, you see deviant now, Gene.
Yeah.
It's
Gene, if you had a best friend who was dating a super hot chick and he could say, "Hey," that's like live porn. If you get to watch him,
Gene would get his own chick, Bubba.
Well, I couldn't get my own chick at the time. I had to live vicariously through Larry.
Yeah, Bubba was a bigger kid. It's not, that's what happens.
Shut up, Lummy, with Bubba about being a bigger kid.
Well, I was too, Bubba.
We wore Huskies.
Yeah.
You're still living through Larry. You want to be the manager of the Parks Department in Warsaw.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Sure, these are great Bubba Army people that want to tell us about their jerking off.
Do you think that he was the? Do you think that was the Jew guy, Lummy?
Huh?
Do you think that guy was the Jew guy?
No.
You don't?
No.
Great.
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, because he wasn't smart enough to change his number multiple times. He calls it with his heart, and he's saying his name. Bubba Army. How are you doing? No, I know. You're out of Indiana, right? All right, hold on.
Is he here?
I hope not. I'm gonna go up. Gene's here, if anything. I'm sure his number being blocked, he's not gonna be happy.
Yeah, the cops are outside.
We have what?
Cops are outside.
Then they're talking to Merch Crick. Yeah, she's handling it.
Yeah. Is this the guy?
Cops are outside, Gino.
Why?
Because we're going to file a report on this fucking weirdo.
Oh. Man, that's just crazy. I don't, how a person's got that in them to do.
But hold on, not only do that.
Because you're on the radio.
Because,
So what?
but listen,
What?
not only do that, but to do it and to, knowing that you have a no contact, and that what you're doing is.
That's the sickest part.
And here's the thing. It's not like you can do it and say, oh, that wasn't me, or like, I think you can get away with it.
Unreal. Hey, watching that crash right there, Bubba. Look at it. The plane goes to the left, and the helicopter falls straight down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think it was done on purpose?
No.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna talk about it.
Bub, are you in here on Monday, or are you at the track?
Track.
All right, he's at the track. Right, he's hard.
So you need those mics now?
Need what?
You need those mics now for Tuesday?
Yeah, probably. I can take this one. Can I or no?
Yeah.
I
need to get you a setup, is what I'm saying.
What do you need? What do you need from me?
I just need to know what you needed. You need it today before you leave.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what
Yeah.
I need.
Yeah. Let's give us some thumbs up.
I'll hurt him, and then I'll go to jail, but then I'll get out because he deserved it.
Hell yeah.
All right, is Merch Crick talking to the cops?
Yeah.
Except I heard, oh man, in your voice when you heard that Lasker was arrested for,
Battery.
No, yeah, what is against when your spouse involved? What do you call
Oh,
that?
domestic?
Yeah, domestic violence. You went, oh.
I did?
Yeah. So.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So, Lasker, by the way, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. If you're watching us on YouTube, of course, it's at the Bubba Army. Give us a thumbin'. Have we ever got 1,000 thumbins?
Yes.
We have?
Why, Babyface voted for Trump.
We have?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the day that MAGA Matroni was born.
Yeah.
1,000 thumbins?
Yeah. 1,000 thumbins.
Wow.
Does that pay for anything? Does that pay our rent?
Yeah.
I want money.
Yeah. It helps with the it helps with the algorithm that then will make
thumb
you
and the tin bone.
It helps with the algorithm that leads to you being a suggestive page. So yeah, thumbins do matter. We have All
right, thumb up, boys. Let's go.
Now, Lasker, you and Seth were having a conversation before I.
Well, I told Seth, when I was listening to the show and you was reading off all the time. Excuse me, all the times I've been arrested, and you said something about
domestic violence.
Domestic violence.
You got something in your throat, buddy?
Not now.
No, it's Jeannie.
So I heard Seth go, "Oh man, really?" So I said, I was explaining to him, the
volatility between you and
it wasn't
Christine?
like I smacked my wife upside her head. It wasn't nothing about that. She had walked by, we were arguing, and of course she liked to break my racing stuff or my trophies, stuff that I was proud of.
Hold on, I can't wait for you to get done telling the story so that I can give everybody
So she walks by one of my championship pictures, me standing by my car, and she smacks it to the ground, pop, and says, "How about that?" And breaks the glass, tears the picture up. So I had just like a month before put this big giant picture window in at the kitchen with it perforated out some where you could put plants and stuff in it. Very nice, very expensive, and it was very, very nice. I picked up the kitchen chair and threw it through the window and took out the framework, the concrete.
Like Roadhouse style.
Yeah, I took the whole frame out. And it all fell out onto the grass.
After she destroyed the championship picture, you then went Roadhouse on the front window.
I said, there. How's that look to you? There, get you some fresh air now. There you go.
Get you some fresh air.
And so I leave. Of course, I get arrested for that. And the cop arrested me for that because he was hitting on my wife. And he thought he'd be cool to arrest me. He arrest me for what? Tearing up my own equipment? Because I threw something through my own window?
And they threw a domestic on you?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I witnessed.
You're cleared with me, Gene.
So listen to this. So I got my truck parked next to the house right there in the driveway, and me and her are sitting on the back of the truck on the tailgate talking, trying to get ourselves back in order. And a couple of days later, and the cop goes down Wood Street on the other corner and sees us, stops, backs up, comes down and parks right in front of us and rolls his window, and he goes, Mr. Lasker, are you supposed to be here? And I go, yeah, you supposed to be here? Somebody call you? If they didn't, get to stepping. And he looks up at my wife, he goes, are you okay? And she says, yeah. I said, do you need another question mark? And I jumped off my truck and started to walk toward him. He goes, you don't want to do that. I go, called for backup. He rolled the window up and took off. But I had the cops hating me in the neighborhood.
Yeah, they hated him.
So, of course, anything that I got called on, they arrested me, whether it was they needed to or not.
I will tell you this. I was at Gene's house a lot when he was on Wood Street. That's where our sprint car team was based out of, in his big garage behind the house. And I'm not saying anything bad about Christine, but she was the biggest instigator and provoker. And she would we would be out working on the car, and she would come out and cuss Gene out and literally take
Was that her way of showing love?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
She was very volatile.
She had a baby that was handicapped to the point where it was total care, and it was very hard on us. It was very hard on her, so I put up with it.
That's right. I remember that now.
Okay, I put up with it because I knew she had this in her life.
Gene never physically touched her.
No,
but my God, the things.
And I didn't even yell at her much. I didn't raise my voice. I would just leave.
So one time, listen to this, Seth. So they're going through problems, and she puts a restraining order on Gene. And so Gene's not supposed to be at the house for however long.
No, I can't even get to my cars.
And so Gene can't get to his race cars. So Gene gets his lawyer to go to the judge and says that Gene can be in the back of the shop for X amount of hours a week. So Gene at that time calls all of us because he's only allowed to be there for a certain amount of time. So he calls all of us that work on the team, that I'm a driver, and the whole, I think we had a crew.
They gave us an hour and a half to get the race team, just the race team, into the trailer and leave.
Right. So Gene calls up everybody. And what do we have, Gene? Probably 8 guys back then?
Yep.
Gene calls everybody and goes, I need everybody to meet me in the Kmart parking lot over there by Wood Street at 7 o'clock p.m.
Yeah, cops are going to be there and escort us in.
He said, so Gene, so we pull up there and the cops are there. 3 of them. 3.
A lady cop.
And they're like, and so Gene, we go rolling into the house with the cops, and Christine has now changed all the locks to the garage door and how to get into the shop.
Yeah.
So the woman cop makes contact with Christine. We're outside. Christine's inside.
Shows the paperwork.
And the woman cop shows Christine the paperwork from the judge, says, listen, he's allowed 90 minutes to get his stuff out of here. And you have to, whether you, and then Christine's like, no, screw him, piece of shiz. I hate him. He's blah, 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 blah. And I have a restraining order against him, and he's not to be on this property. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to call my lawyer up right now. And then they're like, ma'am, he has 90 minutes, and the clock doesn't start until he can get into his shop. So if you be so kind as to give us the correct key. And Lasser's like, let me tell you something, Christine. I got bolt cutters and a torch.
The paperwork says I'm allowed from this time to this time. I'm going in.
So he goes. Christine shuts the door on the cop. The cop tells Gene, listen, this is your house as much as it's hers.
Do you know how to get in? I go, yes, ma'am.
So hold on. He goes,
fire up the torch.
Jimmy Dials, fire up the cutting torch. So Gene's got a cutting torch.
I know right where the lock's at, so I blow a hole in the door.
And so we get in.
Cut the lock.
We get
raise
in.
the door up.
And that was a domestic violence incident as well that Gene didn't do anything wrong with. One time she got so mad that she put Kibbles and Bits dog food down Gene's injectors of his race car.
Oh my God.
And that wasn't so bad, but she put them in the oil. She put them in the valve cover. So they got into the oil. When Kibbles and Bits takes liquid on, it gets giant.
It expands.
Turns into like a.
So I fire. We're down at East Bay. I fire my car right off. Wham! No problem. Gene is trying for an hour, 30 minutes back and forth.
So what? It didn't hang the throttle open and kill me.
And so Gene's like, my car won't start, Bubba. I'm a better driver than you, so I might have to run your car. I'm like, well, why can't you get your car started? I don't know. So Jimmy Dials takes off the valve covers, and you can see all this dog food. She put dog food in his car.
Jeez.
Yeah. So that was
$30,000 motor junk.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, this is Beavertail.
Hi, Beavertail.
Got a couple things. Hey, on Tuesday, I loved whenever Steve Diaco got his nerves shook off. I thought he really worked out well. You ever consider bringing him in on a Wednesday with you guys?
No, I mean, listen, 2 days of Diacos is great. Maybe substituting Steve every once in a while when Jay's on vacation. I mean, the way we got it now works. Maybe get Steve in here a little bit more. Maybe have a better rotation with him and Jay, something like that. But not really.
I just didn't want to step on either one of their toes, but I just wanted to express that he come out well after he got past his nerves. And then to me, like there was a package that came beginning of the year for Zeth. Is that still floating around, and is that about due time?
Your phone completely broke up when I think you were describing potentially a package.
And saying his name. Say his name again.
Yeah, I think there was a package that came about the beginning of the year for Zeth, and I was wondering if it was about due time for that package to come back out.
Oh, the one from Yinzer for his birthday.
Yeah. Oh, I have the package right here, and but
you still got it?
Seth's birthday isn't until February 1st. So
okay.
That's Saturday.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, so play it today. How do you say his name really? I mean, how? Well, how do you spell it?
Who, Seth?
Is it Seth?
S-E-T-H.
But
S-E-T-H.
I just thought it was Zeth with a Z.
No, that's the way Macho Man.
I say it Zepp, like Zeppelin.
Listen,
that works too.
That works too.
Just call him anything, but a racial slur.
I want to call him a name. I want to call him his right name.
We ain't going down the racial road. We ain't down the racial road. One final comment you was talking about a minute ago, how you discovered your manhood. I got a little big for my britches, and the old timer said, "You may be choking your chicken, but you ain't man enough." And so anyway, that led down a rabbit hole of me trying to figure out what that meant, choking your chicken.
All right, my friend. Well, are you the person that sent Seth this package?
No, the Yinzers did.
No, I'm not. I'm just curious. Long-time listener.
All right, well,
Love you, man.
Tell what it says, Bubba. Tell what the shirt says. Look at the screen.
It says, "Fop you double cop boy, F boy." So, all right, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you. Bye now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yinzers are great.
So, anyway, Seth's birthday is on the 1st, which is Saturday, and happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much, Bubba.
Now, the city of Philadelphia, the last time the Eagles won the championship, they greased the poles in their entertainment section.
That's a lawsuit in itself.
Gene,
you grease the pole?
Yes, you can.
What if I want to climb on it?
Gene,
then I'm going to get hurt.
They're not your poles. They're the city's poles.
Okay, then you go to
when
you get caught.
Just like you can, you know what, Gene? Just like you can, electrify your fence. It's your fence.
No, you can't. You can't electrify it.
You can't?
No, because if someone gets shocked to death, it's on you.
All right, well.
You can put a fence up, but you can't electrify it.
Okay.
You can put a pole up, but you're not supposed to grease it.
Well, yeah, you can.
It's not made to grease.
You can grease it so that people don't hurt themselves.
So now you're trying to hurt people.
So one person,
because there's no asset for any other.
Only one guy. There was only a couple people that were able to climb the poles in Philadelphia after they beat Washington, and of which one fell, and he's now dead. Here's the footage from him.
Oh, that had to hurt.
That really puts a damper on the
look
party.
at that. The girl's going to puke over it.
Do you think he died on impact?
Yeah, his head busted open like a melon.
It looked like it.
Oh. Look at the speed he's going.
He's an 18-year-old gymnast, by the way.
Look now,
gymnast?
Yeah.
No, for real.
I think from Temple or something.
Well, so look, like, here's his hands. Here's his hands.
Yeah.
And there's his head.
Yeah.
And it looks like he literally fell on his head.
Yeah, he did. Look at the girl. Watch this. Watch that little black girl right here. Watch. Right there. Watch. Ooh, she going to puke.
Oh, my God.
The blood's pumping right out of his head.
So,
yeah, he died right then and there.
Eagles fan tragically dies after fall during celebration. Tyler somebody, age 18, a Temple University freshman and award-winning gymnast, tragically fell from a light pole during the Eagles NFC championship.
He had no gymnast in him falling like that.
Yeah.
Why didn't he turn some way?
Should have trained more.
Full dismount.
Gene wanted to see some skills in the air right there.
Should have been able to do a.
Should have had some kind of skills. I mean, I'd have turned at least somewhat.
It's not like the high dive, It's just geez. I mean that
and even if you land on your feet, Seth, I mean, you probably instantaneously break both hips.
Yeah, but you're not dead.
It's just, it's amazing how often we watch people die on social media now, whether it was the accidents of the plane and the helicopter from yesterday, or whether it was the guy falling off the light pole, or whether it's people getting shot, getting pulled over. I just feel like it's just becoming, we're so desensitized.
I think it helps us.
Like we are.
I don't know.
Like we're desensitized by it. Like really, after the show, I don't go to you and say, "Hey, oh my God, Seth, I'm really tore up over there watching that guy die." We see it every day.
Yeah,
it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I just to me it's crazy how often we're watching people last moments.
So it looks like they might not have greased any of the poles after the NFC Championship game.
Well, yeah, I mean, to me, what's the point of pre-greasing? Because I mean, if they lose, I don't know if anybody's
And here's the thing, like the cleaning. Like, Gene, that you'd have to get like brake cleaner or like lacquer thinner or gas or something.
Now
like if you were
somebody else in a predicament.
No, but what I'm saying is you can grease them, but to clean grease, axle grease or whatever, is a real nightmare.
Yeah.
And so,
it's Crisco.
Is that what they do?
Yeah,
they use Crisco. Okay. So then they're just hoping the rain naturally, kind of.
No, they probably have to wipe it down, but they don't have to scrub.
You know what they probably do, Gene?
Little thin.
You know what they probably do? They probably get the fire trucks out there and blast it with the hose.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's what they probably
do. And then
do.
wash it right off.
Probably something like that.
A little bit of that Crisco going in the cracks of the signs right there will help it not rust.
So Lummy, you're saying that the city of Philadelphia did not grease the poles.
Correct.
And so people that, were able to climb them. And that's now caused, this particular situation.
Does your team winning really get you so amped up that you want to climb a street pole?
No. I couldn't even. I can't even.
Yeah, you want to holler out at the highest mountain that we won.
Oh my God!
Stand on a car for something.
Stand on the tailgate. If you stand on the back of a truck, that automatically
then you
puts
can see from block to block.
Oh, so, I don't know. Are you trying to be seen, or are you trying to
Everybody wants to be seen. That's why we have that numbnut breaking your gate down. He wants to be seen.
Well, he's going to be seen.
He's using you to do it.
He's going to be seen in front of a judge.
Sorry about your luck.
Lummy, the draft is coming up, and I was going to cover this story. Do you think that Travis Hunter goes number one to the Tennessee Titans? That's what they're calling for.
That's what they're saying.
Here from Yahoo Sports, Charles McDonald and I just completed our latest mock draft for the 2025 NFL Draft. Going to go over a few of our favorite selections that we, crafted in this mock draft. Starting at the top, going with the Tennessee Titans. They have quarterback questions. They maybe need some linemen, especially a right tackle, maybe need a pass rusher. But they did, interestingly enough, said that they want to go after a generational talent at the top of the draft.
Who is that guy?
Oh, just some sports guy.
He needs more face to cover them teeth.
I was going to say, those teeth are blinding me.
You're saying he's a little toothy?
I wouldn't want him to bite me.
Look at the shine on those, Bubba.
I know, but see, the top of his face don't fit around his mouth.
So he needs more. He needs more face.
Needs some more face.
Needs more face. Oof. I don't think they take Travis Hunter. I think Tennessee has way more needs than a guy that really, at the end of the day, what is he? Where does he take?
It's not about needs. It's best player available.
Where does Travis Hunter take the majority of his? What side of the ball does Travis Hunter in the NFL Travis Hunter? Where does he take his most snaps as a DB?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know.
I think he's going to be playing defense, and I think he's going to be special teams, and I think they're going to make plays for him to come into the offense.
Kind of like they used to with Dion, but maybe at a greater frequency.
Correct.
Okay.
Last receiver from Colorado, the Heisman Trophy winner, is a dynamic player, has the potential to be a true needle-moving corner who can use, package plays on the offensive side of the ball. Oh. When I hear generational, that's where my mind goes in this type of draft. So Travis Hunter to the Titans, one of my favorite picks, one of my favorite players in the draft, makes a lot of sense at the top. My next favorite pick in our mock draft is Armand Mbao, offensive lineman from Mizzou. Whether he's a tackle or is he a guard, what I know is he's a good athlete, can stay on his feet. He's got plenty of...
That guy
is he legal?
What do you mean is he legal?
Well, with a name like that, he might have got here illegally. Just asking. For a friend.
For a friend? Say it, Gene.
Yeah, I'm asking for a friend.
Him, that guy
Armando Mimbo Bobo. Come on, man. Look at this guy.
Length. And I think for the 49ers...
Let me see. I have any of the Gene Lasker disclaimers, baby.
Boy.
What is he? Is he American, black American?
Yes, I think he's all that, Gene.
But that name ain't Americanized at all. Even black American. No blacks are named Mimbo.
Niners who need offensive line help, whether it's a Trent Williams succession plan.
For a Lasker disclaimer.
It's help on the inside. It's finally having a right tackle.
Guy looks like a beast.
Boy, he's scary.
He looks like a beast to me.
His face comes out and into the mask.
Whether Mbao fits in the inside or the outside, he makes sense for the 49ers. He's a great athlete, fits in Kyle Shanahan's run scheme that likes to move their offensive linemen. And whether he ends up on the outside or inside, the 49ers could use an offensive lineman, and Mbao's that answer in our mock draft. Last one in our mock draft that I really like this pairing, and I kind of have been trying to shoehorn this player with this team and match him in some way, shape, or form, and that's Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker, Gene.
Who's a linebacker slash...
different guy.
What? Different guy.
Well, see, that's a solid black American right there, Walker.
That's a solid black American, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen Walker.
I mean, I pick him first.
Just because he's a solid African American.
Right. He's a righteous dude right there. That's he can come eat dinner at my table anytime.
Okay.
Edge from the University of Georgia.
Just by his name.
Right.
He's a solid dude.
Here,
Look at
there's
him.
one.
He's a solid dude.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
What are you, stupid?
Yeah, what are you, stupid? It's got an American name. He's a good guy.
Gene says it's my number one overall guy because he sounds like a fine African American's name. Fine African American gentleman.
Georgia going to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 16. Now, the Arizona Cardinals have a very fun defense, very funky, likes to use their front seven players in a lot of different ways.
By the way, he said funky.
Walker, people are trying to figure out what's his best fit. All
right, I'm out. I think they're saying Cam Ward. I don't need to go through this guy's, sleeper picks. I need to go through what he thinks, and we need to see if we agree or not. I think now. Did you see where Deshaun Watson went to the Ravens? Is that true? Or is that getting clickbaited?
Deshaun Watson to the Ravens.
No, that's a clickbait because of the Justin Tucker thing.
What's a clickbait?
They're saying Justin Tucker was traded to the Browns.
Oh, okay. God, it looked official too, though. I mean, I saw it yesterday or this morning when I woke up, and it looked official. It looked like Ravens.com or something like that, like where it came from. Gene, you know what clickbait is?
Is it a computer lie? Like you get on the computer and make a lie?
You get on the computer and you kind of embellish it, or you lie just to get people to click on it, and it's really not true. It's usually not true at all.
Right. Okay, I get it.
Does any of my sports guys feel Cam Ward? Now, Gene, let me ask you a question. What do you think about that name?
What's that?
Cam Ward.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. Eat at your table anytime.
Yes, sir.
Seth, does he go number 2 to the Browns? I mean, the Browns are so screwed up at quarterback. They do have the long-term Deshaun Watson deal that they're going to be paying for forever. Do
they ever win anything?
No. I mean, Cleveland won a couple of NBA championships when LeBron was there. I think what are they? No longer the Indians.
No, the Guardians.
The Guardians, the Cleveland Guardians are their baseball team. They've won, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, they won a World Series once or twice.
But the Browns, I think the Browns are one of the 4 or 5 teams that have never even been to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
That's sad.
Seth, do you like Cam Ward at number 2 for Cleveland? And what is Cleveland going to do with their quarterback situation?
Well, Deshaun Watson tore his Achilles tendon again that he was rehabbing, so he's going to miss all of this season.
All of it?
Yeah, he's going to miss all this year. So, this is not a great year for quarterbacks, but Cam Ward is the best quarterback out of all of them. So I would go ahead and take Cam Ward if I was the Browns.
Then they got Shador going to New York. I probably agree to that. You think Dion has thrown caution to the Cleveland wind to say don't take my son?
No, he said Cleveland was fine.
He did?
Yeah, he came out and said it.
Yeah, they're going to pay him.
So if we were to skip to Tampa and who they say Tampa's going to get, I think they got Tampa getting a linebacker from. See, this is going to be a person that Gene has a problem with.
Oh boy,
Jihad Campbell.
Well, I got a problem with the jihad. I mean, he needed to just call himself J-Head and Campbell.
J-Head.
Yeah, right. H-E or H-A-A-D.
Yeah, that'd be his nickname. Instead of being Jihad, just be J-Head.
Yeah, J-Head Campbell.
Linebacker out of Alabama. Yeah. Anybody familiar with this guy? I mean, does
massage products without rubbing. He does it good.
And then they got my Packers taking an offensive lineman out of Oregon.
I need that.
They do. Packers need an edge rusher. They need a cornerback. I think Packers need a lot. They really do. They need.
You got Jordan Love. That's all you need.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sold on that.
What's the Love guy do? Quarterback?
Yeah.
Trouble in Paradise.
Let me. Did you see this before we go to words? And that is, this is now at this stadium.
That's nice.
This is beautiful.
Listen, Orlando just needs to give up on their dreams.
I think Colorado.
No, that's supposed.
This is so Orlando.
Dreamers.
Orlando is trying to steal the Tampa Bay Rays away.
Yeah.
And they're okay. And so they come up with this.
So they came up with the magic mountain in the background.
They came out
looks like Colorado.
They came up with a rendering of the stadium they would potentially build for the Rays if they came to Orlando. And this is now, Lummy, this is a dome, but is all of that glass, or is this the dome that's open and then it can close?
No, it's all glass.
It's all glass?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look how beautiful that's a beautiful stadium.
Yeah, they brought Barry Larkin on to come help.
I like this
Orlando.
big ring, and that's kind of like the kind of ring that's in the SoFi Stadium now. The big ring that the perimeter
But
is
the blue
entire.
building and those are buildings outside the stadium, right?
Yeah,
like they're supposed to be Orlando.
Office buildings or apartment complexes
and
or
then,
entertainment
straight
district.
up the middle, you got the Colorado Mountains.
No, I don't know, Gene. I think that's more clouds than it is supposed to be a mountain. Because
come on, man, that's
Gene,
not a cloud.
Gene, there are no mountains in Orlando.
That's what I'm saying. So this is a computer composite
it's
made up.
A computer
baloney.
composite. Gene, that is like clouds.
Okay.
And this is all glass.
You haven't seen clouds lately, but that's okay. It just ain't right. They're trying to obstruct your brain to make you look like it's so cool that they need it. And it's not,
Well, Gene, maybe they're going to build a mountain out back, too.
Yeah, it's probably Magic Mountain from the Disney World.
Nobody's building anything for the Rays in Florida.
Right.
I don't know. Listen, the guy that owns the Magic's really pushing for it.
Is he really?
They hired Barry Larkin to come down and.
Well, Barry Larkin was a great shortstop, but how is he going to get the Rays to get a stadium in Orlando?
He's excited. Yeah, right. But I sent you a news.
I mean, it is. I mean, if you think about it, the Lightning. If you think about it, the Lightning hired Phil Esposito to help bring the Lightning to town.
That's right.
But
Haven't the Rays won a Super Bowl or won a?
They've been to the World Series twice.
Twice.
They've been twice. They've won none.
But I sent you. They kind of talk about it, but they show like the rendering of what the stadium and everything around it would look like. Can you imagine Orlando traffic?
Is this Orlando? Is this Orlando that you're giving me?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on here.
Look at all that traffic jam.
Oh, yeah. Orlando absolutely sucks. Is the worst when it comes to traffic. All right, here we go. I got to get my volume. Where's the volume at? Here we go.
Have gotten
restart
finalized
the whole
verbal
thing.
commitment from local investors.
That's what my hair looks like.
What's that, Lummy?
It started from like the middle, so I didn't know if you wanted to restart.
Who is this? I'm not.
He had a stroke a while back.
This guy has got the worst comb over I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, oh my God.
He needs some Diaco hair.
Here we go.
Future of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Could they soon be moving to Central Florida? That's what one group of investors in Orlando is dreaming about. Fox 13's Matthew McClellan is live now with the details. Surprising here, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Laura. So Rays owner Stu Sternberg on Monday saying the team is still, quote, deciding what to do regarding building that.
Is he the problem?
He's the problem with his little shaking back and forth like he's got amnesia.
It's Stu Sternberg.
$1.3 billion ballpark and surrounding development in St. Pete, but the team has a deadline.
You mean the owner of the Rays? That's the problem.
Yes. Deadline of March 31st to come up with its part of the funding for a new stadium. And this group that you mentioned that's trying to bring the MLB to Orlando is paying really close attention to what's happening here in Tampa Bay. They're called the Orlando Dreamers. They launched back in 2019 by Orlando.
Stupid name, by the way.
Yep.
Orlando Magic co-founder and Hall of Famer
players.
I play for the Dreamers. How about
Dreamers.
Pat Williams.
I'm dreaming that I'm dreaming that I played somewhere else.
Williams passed away.
I'm dreaming to play for the Dodgers. That's what I'm dreaming about.
July at 84 years old. Well, on Tuesday, the group taking another big step to get back into the baseball conversation. Former Cincinnati Reds All-Star Barry Larkin becoming the newest ambassador to the movement. He's kind of seen as the closer on this deal.
I wonder what a guy like Barry Larkin gets to be the quote-unquote closer of a potential deal of getting the Rays over to Orlando. I mean, he's not. Is that 100,000, 200, 5? Like, what do you get to be that guy?
Why have they gone forward with trying to rename the team already?
I don't know.
I wonder what's in that spot right now.
Probably Disneyland.
No, probably nothing.
Yeah, it's probably just woods.
Organizers say the best way to bring MLB to Orlando is to bring the Tampa Bay Rays up the road. With their stadium needing repairs and their funding in question, organizers are...
So, this is a big transparent kind of deal that feeds into the stadium?
Yeah.
One way in and one way out.
The Rays leadership may feel now is the best time to change city.
Looks like a parking nightmare to me.
Yes, sir.
To me, it looks like this is all the parking you got right back here. That's it. Oh, no, I guess over here there's a bunch of parking.
Next to a water park.
Okay.
Jeez.
Wait, next to Adventure Island or something?
Yeah, right there.
Just in the last couple days,
This guy.
He had a stroke.
This guy shouldn't be in charge of anything.
have gotten finalized verbal commitment from local investors prepared to commit in excess of $200 million into minority ownership in a Major League Baseball team.
$200 million? That ain't nothing.
Oh, my God.
That's just the local investors. That ain't the regular guys.
No, these are local investors that give Stu Sternberg, or whatever the hell his name
Gene,
is.
if they wanted the stadium, they would have to come up with $1.6 billion, and then I think the Rays would probably leave after the lease was done. But $200 million isn't going to do anything.
Please.
Really?
Yeah.
What's more, Jim Schnorf there says
Jim Schnorfner
week he got a call verbally committing an additional $250 million. So we're talking about $450 million.
So Gene, they give the
they're trying to buy the team though.
They're
right?
trying to buy the team.
Yeah.
They're trying to get a hold of the current owner of the Rays. What is it? Stu Sternberg?
Stu Sternberg.
And they're saying, Stu Sternberg, we'll give you $450 million for minority, 10% or whatever. But in doing that, you have to move your team over to Orlando.
Yeah, and we'll build you a stadium.
And here's but they haven't even began the council member meeting. The city has to approve of this too.
Well, but this is
just
and then
nonsense.
all the dudes are living over here.
Yeah, this is along the same lines as when Tampa was going to build them a stadium, 4 years ago.
Right.
When they were getting that one in Ybor, when they just had the renderings that apparently got approved for them to build a stadium finally in St. Pete, which is never going to happen now. So whenever their lease is up, I hope they go and find success somewhere, but it is not going to be in Florida.
Here in total, that second part of this.
To me, all this is just the Stu Sternberg's tomfoolery and circus. Because
it's a billionaire who wants us to finance half a stadium.
Right.
Coming from an institutional investor, Laura, he says this is important, all this funding and these commitments to fund a team, because the MLB wants to see that a city like Orlando has the funding to support an MLB team, which, of course, is sort of at issue here in Tampa and San
This is, let me just get out of this because it's pissing me off. It's a non-story. It's a non-story. You haven't even begun the process of getting the city of Orlando or the county of whatever.
The Rays
county.
aren't for sale. I mean, that's.
I mean,
I don't know.
But that's the only reason why
they'll
build is to take the team at the same time.
Well, I mean, in order to get them to jump, you'd have to build them a stadium because Stu Sternberg ain't paying hardly anything, and you're going to have to pay him. $450-500 million to own 10% of the team, and then you got to get the community to build you a stadium. Stadiums are now billion. They start at $1 billion.
$1.7 billion is what they proposed to build the stadium,
and that comes from the community.
Our Rays guys, where do they live at?
Tampa.
So they're going to have to travel to Orlando.
They would sell their houses and
so all the players got to be up to move. Man, they ain't going to do all that.
No. When I return, we'll start peeling back the onion of this American Airlines Black Hawk chopper.
Do you think that was on purpose?
No. I think it was. I think it was just a myriad of mistakes that happened to all line up. And I don't think it was on purpose. Now I did see a report, and I think this is probably not correct. But it was like the pilot of the Black Hawk chopper was transgender.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, I mean,
we just killed ourselves then.
No,
that's not true.
How do you know? Did you check him when he picked him out of water?
But here's the thing. I don't think that Trump is bettering himself or finding out what happened here by automatically just making this a political deal and blaming Biden and blaming DEI and going there. Like, you can go there if you could prove it later on down the road. Like, the wound is too fresh to start pointing fingers at the Biden administration. And listen, Trump, and I'm with you on some, like, I'm with you on immigration right now, and I'm with you on some stuff, but like these are the things that you do that hurt yourself.
Well, the reports are 35 people should be at all times being air traffic controllers. They only had 19 working that day, and they've had a shortage because they can only hire certain people.
I understand that,
shortage on
but get all that data in an investigative report, which might take a week or two to get. Okay, we only had 19 people in the tower. We're supposed to have 30 because we've been forced to hire within the DEI world, and that's caused us not to be able to get qualified people to be air traffic controllers. It makes us have to get disabled people and people this and that. But let's get those hard stats before we start throwing out all these allegations and make this and investigate this as a tragedy and an accident rather than a political platform.
What are the stats that if there were more white people that were involved, this wouldn't have happened?
No, just more people in general.
Went to school for it.
Yeah, they couldn't find.
And just because of their different color, they got a free pass. Didn't have to go to school.
So they were. So
you killed all my people.
There was a guideline on how they could hire certain people, and certain people were getting looked over because they had to follow a certain guideline on what they hire.
All right, but rather than to come right out of the box with it, get the stats, get the data that you're saying, Lummy. Have it all wrapped up, have it finalized, make sure it's true, and come out with it then. Yeah. Don't start coming out with it now.
He got press. He got press.
Come out with it wide open, right out of the box. He's not stupid. He's the president. He got He got there because he's smart, and he got there. He knows what's in his head. He knows what's happening. What do we? That chopper is worth what? $10 million?
No, probably more.
Okay, probably more. But the dashboard on that thing will tell you, and it'll change direction for you if you're hitting something. They stuck a kamikaze pilot in there, and they stuffed it into a plane because he's mad because he's changing things now. That's what's happening.
Gene Lasker investigates, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start peeling that onion back next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
It means so many things. But they asked him if he was going to visit the site, and he's like, "What, to go swimming?" He's like, "It's water." He's like, I'm going to go around the site, but I'm not going to go to the exact site of the crash." It was actually pretty funny. Because what am I going to go swimming?
He got mad at that girl, whoever she was.
Oh, the one that asked him the question?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He goes, that's a stupid question. I'm surprised coming from you.
Yeah, coming from you.
But it's good to see you answer. It's good. I have President answering questions.
You can see he's upset about it. He was aggravated that happened.
Yeah, he's out in front. I mean, we don't have to wait 3 days for him or anything.
Well, I know it's Fox, but our buddy Jesse Waters did cover it pretty good on the reports with all the shortages and everything.
Did they say how many people they dug up so far?
30-something, somewhere.
Oh, they had 30-something the other day.
Yeah.
That's all they found?
Well, no, they found them, but it's getting them out and out. Oh.
What does that matter?
They're getting the wreckage up today. They're trying to recover it.
So the wreckage of the plane is probably pretty much intact, a lot of it. And so people are still in it?
That's what they said.
Yeah.
They were strapped in still.
They're still strapped in. So they drowned it. Yeah. Damn. It just looks like, it's almost like 3 or 4 good seconds of you seeing that copter coming.
Yep.
That's just too long of a...
Well, they're saying because of the shortages that the guy was talking back and forth on different frequencies.
Mark Jones, I believe you. Mark Jones, I'm with you.
There should have been 2 people communicating with the helicopter, but there's only one. He kept going back and forth, which stalled time.
So when he went the second frequency for the second guy, no one was there to answer him.
It was
Hi, Tease. Hey, everybody, give us a thumbs up. I'd like to get at least 500 thumbs up. I know I can't ever get 1,000. What's up, John Kostika? I see you, lover. Big Lunger.
Yeah.
Did you see this guy? It says just before Wednesday night's deadly action, another flight approaching Reagan National Airport was forced to abort its first
that's in the story I sent you.
You want to know something else fucked up? A couple hours before that plane crash, you know who joined Twitter? Tanya fucking Harding. I wish I was kidding.
Why would that? What is that?
Because she's the old figure skater that took out the Russian girl.
Right. She doesn't even know.
Tanya Harding? 2 Russian figure skaters died on the plane that crashed.
Well, so did a bunch of Americans.
Helicopter.
A bunch of Americans.
Right?
Yeah.
She doesn't know who Tanya Harding is.
No, it is very strange, right?
He doesn't need to. Who needs to know that
Something
shit?
to think about.
You really don't.
You're right.
I mean,
you're right. That's not anything you need to know.
That's right.
Yeah.
You don't need to know that.
The Russian thing?
Well, no, Tanya Harding.
What, did she did it?
She was trying to say that the
She did it?
A couple hours before the plane crash.
Did she?
Yeah.
I saw she was trending yesterday. I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's just luck. There. Whatever happened to her as a person?
I don't know. I think she
did like some celebrity boxing and shit.
She did
Yeah.
some shit.
I don't think she's doing well. I remember I saw the. Remember she had that movie?
Oh yeah, she got huge too. She got like sick.
Well, but her movie was good though. I forgot who played her,
So
but
she's still in the limelight.
She is back now.
yeah, she is that. Not for.
I don't know if she's trying to be back in there.
Is she saying something like she helped make that happen? Is she being mean to the people that died?
She's probably being harassed.
She's probably being harassed.
Dude, I got a Lummy with a creatine Travis kicker for the bunk beds today.
Oh wow.
Is that solid?
Crazy Travis here.
With me overseeing things. You know, getting the boys snacks, water, you know, whatever they need. Lummy, I took down all the parts from the bed downstairs last night. I didn't know I would be sore just from carrying the pieces, just...
The wood or the metal?
The metal. The wooden...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
That's that idiot. Bubba, the only. It's a Gene Lasker Friday. He does not adhere to any broadcasting rules with regards to being quiet when we're making the segue from commercials through a music bed.
I can say whatever I want. I don't work here.
We know that, Gene.
He didn't get a W-2, did he, Bubba?
No, he did not.
No.
He didn't get no W-2.
He says you don't read directions either.
No. Gene definitely marches to the beat of his own drum. Love you, Sarah.
Still on that mic, though.
I love Gene, man. I really feel like him and I are becoming friends.
I do, too.
Like, we're going to be hanging out soon on the weekends. I'm going to be on the back of his bike like Sarah was at the barb.
Does it say property of Gene?
Oh, absolutely.
If I come over for dinner, do I got to wear a harmonica, too?
No, not at all.
A harmonica?
No,
God, do I got to wear a harmonica? No, you don't have to wear a harmonica, Gene. You don't. But you got to.
I mean, I thought you did that respect for the family.
Well, you don't have to, Gene. You could bring a Confederate flag in. I mean, I would still be all about it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, because
the South will rise again.
You watch TV, and some of them, the people got them stacked right there at the door, and when you walk in, you got to put it on.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to you.
You're Chinese, you got to take your shoes off. Stuff like that.
I know your hair's special too. You don't like messing with it, so I would never.
Nah, I'm all right with my hair.
Are you?
You can go anywhere at once.
Gene or Bubba said like something about like don't mess with your hair. Gene takes his hat off. It's like he's got to keep his hair in place. It's a big deal.
I don't.
It's not. I thought it was.
I'm glad.
You can't always believe Bubba.
I get.
Believe me.
Let me do you know something. I get in trouble for everything. I've never said don't mess with Gene's hair.
I thought, Bubba, you said.
I don't remember that.
Okay, guys, I'm not making these things up, Bubba.
Gene wants to put a harmonica on when he comes on your place. He said out of respect to your Jewish faith, he wants to put a harmonica on. He said he did.
If you out of respect,
I will.
Oh, all right.
So give him a goddamn harmonica.
But make sure we eat the regular food that you eat. I don't want to. Don't whip out on spaghetti on me.
Oh no, Gene, I eat. I eat subs from Publix. We're not doing anything too.
So what is like a main dish, a really good main dish for
like the Jewish people eat?
Yeah.
I'd probably.
What's a good main dish for Jews? Is what Lasker's official statement is. Let me tell you something.
If you're inviting me over for dinner, what are we going to eat?
If I was a
Jewish holiday,
yeah. If I was a traditional Jewish person, it would probably be brisket with potatoes with what's
brisket like the back of a hog's back?
How about some matzo ball soup?
Matzo ball soup, yeah. Hog's back. I don't think we would have a hog's back. Is a brisket a hog?
Yeah, brisket usually is a hog.
It is?
Yeah. Or a beef. Well, there's a beef brisket.
I think we do beef brisket.
It's from the back of a cow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Gene, you're good with beef brisket.
I'm great with it.
I don't know about matzo ball.
A matzo ball? That sounds Italian.
It's like a big soft cracker that turns into a ball, and it's a soup, and it's supposed to heal you from anything that ails you in your life.
Yeah, Gene, maybe you need a little bit
try
more
that.
Yeah.
And then you
I'm
bring
not
over.
saying I'd really like it, but
and I'll give you some Manischewitz, which is Jewish wine, and you give me some of that moonshine, baby. We'll party. Yeah.
Let me hear. Here is somewhat kind of a play.
So you guys are really close to white.
I guess you could say that. I don't.
Hold on. Let me say, Gene's big revelation today. Jews. I just like to document all this. Okay.
Yeah.
I speak Lasker, but a lot of people do not. You guys are close to being white, meaning Jews are close to being white. Gene, I think most Jews are white.
Some days I feel like a regular white guy, and it's depressing, Gene. So I do like to feel Jewish. I go to temple. We celebrate the holidays. I just don't like a lot of Jewish food. I feel like, and this gets my mom always upset, but I feel like Jewish people got the short end of the stick when it comes to food. Around the holidays of Thanksgiving and stuff. I wish that I was black. I wish that I was Italian.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Can you practice Judaism and be a Jew and not be so stickler on the food part of it?
Yes,
of course not.
Hold on.
You got to be.
It comes from the redneck. The redneck says, "Of course not."
So you're going to be a Buccaneer, but you're going to wear a Philadelphia jersey on Saturdays.
No,
is that what you're saying?
What I'm asking, Seth, is can you believe in the Jewish faith? And the religion of how it all how you guys believe, but not necessarily have to be so strict on the food aspect during Jewish holidays.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. That's what you could be, Gene.
But Grandma wouldn't put up with that, would she?
Well,
probably the older generation Jews don't like that. They frown upon that.
Well, it's like my parents will watch. They broadcast Friday night services. Temple. They broadcast it on TV, and you can stream it now. And like my parents will sit down and watch it every Friday night. I'm not doing that.
Well, I'd be the same way. If I was Jewish, it would be the Jewish way. You'd wear my harmonica and you'd eat my food.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're not coming over.
Well, the thing is too, Gene, is that
wear my harmonica
and you're going to eat my food. Otherwise, you're going to get out.
The thing
don't mind that Confederate flag on your way out.
I didn't make these bacon burgers for nothing.
Hey, I even ate a Jewish hamburger for Seth at Barf.
That's true.
Barf. He calls it barf, not barf.
Vegetarian.
Hold on, he calls it barf, not barf.
Dude, Gene, I'm telling you, Gene and I, we're going to be buddies. We're going to be doing content together. I mean, who knows? Like, this could be the
next convert to Judaism with that and get him a real fancy harmonica.
I mean, they make more money than Americans.
Can I,
Gene? Jewish people do have the stigma, and I do think it's true of being better with money than us standard hill jacks.
I ain't got a problem making money now.
I mean, you could be Gene Laskerstein.
That's what
I mean, right?
That's no problem.
Oh, here's my mom: beef brisket, carrots, potatoes, matzo ball soup, and challah. All right, that was pretty close.
I could probably dig that.
Yeah,
I could probably dig
Gene,
that.
if you became Jewish, could I become a redneck?
It's kind of tough being a redneck.
I understand, but I'd like to go through some of the trials and tribulations.
Okay,
all right.
Do I have to kill anybody?
No, I mean you have to stand up for yourself.
I will
step up to some things that you can't let get by you.
You mean if I have to step up in there, if there's a chance I could get killed, but I got to do what I got to do?
Chance you get knocked out.
That's fine.
Anyway, let's move on and talk about the very tragic mid-air collision between the American Airlines flight number, I forget what the number is, and then the obviously the Black Hawk helicopter. Yeah. Lasker seems to think, and Gene Lasker investigates that it was a kamikaze mission from the helicopter pilot. This is a minute-by-minute breakdown of the crash.
A deadly midair collision over Washington, D.C. sent an American Airlines jet and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter plunging into the icy Potomac River. The crash happened just before 8:49 p.m. as the plane was approaching Reagan National Airport for landing. Here's a breakdown of the moments leading up to the disaster. 5:18 p.m. American Airlines Flight 5342, a CRJ 700, departs from Wichita, Kansas, bound for Washington, D.C. 8:39 and 40 seconds, an Army UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter takes off from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, with 3 people on board, flying up the Potomac River. 8:40 p.m., the passenger jet begins its final approach to Reagan National's runway 33 from the south. 8:48 and 38 seconds. Air traffic control radios the helicopter, asking if they see the CRJ. The pilot confirms visual contact and requests visual separation.
See, that's where I'm a little mistaken in the fact that if the pilot said, "Yeah, we see them," and we're requesting visual separation,
and he can maneuver on a dime.
Yeah, you're right. They can now. The jet can't, but the helicopter can. Helicopter can get it can violently move any which way.
Quickly into a dive bomb.
And these guys in the helicopter were all very highly experienced.
Yeah, they said thousands of hours of experience.
Yeah.
Just flight.
One bought and paid for.
One had a wife and a 1-year-old baby. I mean, it's just.
They're saying when the traffic controller was able to, because they were switching frequencies, they asked the helicopter, "Can you see the traffic?" They didn't say like to your 11 o'clock. They didn't say to your 9 o'clock. They just said, "Can you see the traffic?"
And they're saying that they're assuming that there was. By the way, there was a plane taken off at the same time they said that, and they're now assuming that the helicopter pilots were saying, "Yes, we can visually see the plane that's taking off."
Because they didn't tell them where to look.
Right. They didn't say, "Can you see the American Airlines regional jet to your 11 o'clock?"
Yes.
They just said, "Can you see incoming traffic?"
Which they're saying is that's one reason because they just had understaffed where.
As a military pilot, you are not just listening to some dumb jerk in a tower telling you what to do. You are approaching lights, so you are looking everywhere to see where I'm going to escape death if something happens.
Well, but
here.
you're trusting them, their guidance, because it's the busiest airport. It's one of the busiest airports in the country.
8 and 48 seconds. The 2 aircraft.
So as you can see, as the American regional jet is coming in on its final.
So the plane hit the copter, and the copter didn't hit the plane?
Well,
that's showing that way.
That's the way they're showing it. They're showing it where...
it doesn't look like that.
Asking final approach to helicopter, asking visual contact and requests visual separation, indicating an effort to adjust flight path. 8:48 and 48 seconds. The 2 aircraft...
See, they're saying that almost the regional jet kind of skimmed the top of the copter, whereas I thought, and maybe you guys can help me, that I thought it was more like this. Yeah, the copter came in
and hit the wing
and hit the side.
Yeah.
I didn't, and maybe this is the correct rendition that the jet kind of skimmed that the collision was more of the jet on top and the copter on the bottom. I was all under the understanding it kind of came in like this. This is what I thought.
Well, watching it in the air when it explodes, it looks like it got him after it got by.
Slide at about 300 feet. The jet was traveling at approximately.
So here, I mean, there's the impact, right?
Gene, do you think that everybody on the plane died instantly? Because we were reading stuff yesterday that there were people found that were still strapped in their seatbelts, in the bottom.
Of course, they're still strapped in the seatbelts, and they drowned it. But everybody don't die. And the explosion was wherever spot the explosion was, them people died. But the whole plane didn't explode, or you just seen a real good explosion. That was a little firecracker explosion compared to a plane.
Oh, really? Wow.
Approximately 145
See,
miles
look, the
per
fire's
hour.
gone. Boom.
8:48 and 56 seconds. Air traffic controllers react in real time, with one heard asking, "Did you see that?" The collision sent both aircraft into the Potomac. All 67 people on board the jet are now believed to be dead. Investigators are examining the crash timeline, including whether communication issues played a role in the disaster.
So as they are now unwinding all this, Trump immediately, I do appreciate Trump's immediacy of getting...
Oh, it didn't take him any time to get back into 2016 mode.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
He has not missed a beat. He hasn't slowed down. He's getting little.
He's frothing at the mouth.
He's cutting reporters. He's cutting reporters down as he's dishing out facts. It's very fun. Look at that,
Mr. President. You have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Now the president has come out, and I got several different reports that I'm going to play, that Joe Biden's DEI initiative is part of the problem here on the air traffic controller side of the things. They're looking into where DEI hires there was no department of the United States of America that had DEI initiatives that had any problem with filling their quota of what they needed as far as workers to work for whatever agency, whether it be the FBI, whether it be the CIA, whether it be whatever. But the one particular division, the FAA, which controls the air traffic controllers, because of DEI, and this is just what I've heard, this isn't my opinion, but because of the DEI initiatives that have been thrown on the FAA to get qualified air traffic controllers in there, that there's a shortage of air traffic controllers because white guys that are qualified and trained and have gone to school for and are ready to be an air traffic controller were not hired because they didn't meet DEI standards. And so the air traffic control system within the United States is at I don't know, but they say 1,000-person deficit or more.
Yeah.
Because they won't hire the white guy that doesn't fit DEI regulations, and they're trying to get more DEI hires within the air traffic control world. Hence, there were 19 people that were working the night of this crash, and usually they require 30 people. And they're saying the reason why they were 11 people short is they don't have the personnel to be fully staffed because of DEI.
And that's because they're making them try to hire people that ain't white, whether they're women or Puerto Rican or Haitian or black.
Disabled. They're really big on disabled people, too.
But those people don't want to be traffic controllers. So there's none of them out there.
Well, there's a big time deficit.
It just happens that white people want to take the pressure of being able to keep thousands of people safe. Some people don't want that pressure.
But the government won't hire the white guy.
Okay, so now you put people in jeopardy of dying.
Yes, you are.
And you took out a $100 million jet and a
$50 million helicopter.
Right.
And hold on, and killed nearly 70 people.
And all of our beautiful skaters.
I have common sense, okay, and unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
So that's why my president's upset about that.
Computer.
Hold on, I love to hear it. Hold on.
And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
Made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
Say it, my man.
And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But
I think that he doesn't need to go down this road.
Yeah, that's
why. Why don't he? People died because of what happened.
Because
what happened.
Because here's the deal. How do you prove that?
Okay.
It's easy to say it now. Listen, I'm for this guy as much as you are, but I'm also intellectually honest. Don't bring back something that you was going to do 4 years ago and you didn't win the election. Let's talk. Let's think forward and let's.
Well, I believe that. I mean, I see where you're coming from.
Don't stop. You know what? Anytime you got a chance to dog Biden, you do, which is fine. That's what you do. But that's not going to make this tragic situation better. Now, you know what? I do believe that this situation was probably somewhat caused by Biden's DEI initiative. I do believe that. But I don't think you have to go down this road saying, I was going to put a new system in 4 years ago, but obviously the election went the wrong way. I don't think you need to do that.
Yeah, but
that's when people start getting pissed off at Trump.
Yeah, but the problem is that, let's say 4 years ago, is that he was saying this kind of stuff and the media came out and everyone was like, okay, Trump's an idiot, get him out of here. And he's like, look, guys called me an idiot then, and now I'm saying it again.
Then have a sound clip of him 4 years ago saying our air traffic controllers are really stressed out. We need to put a better system in place. I'm all for it. Like, if you got that clip, I will gladly say I'm sorry and I'm wrong. I will. But let's not be political about, be as political as you need to be and throw out the DEI deal, because indeed I think, listen, the air traffic controllers are 1,000+ people behind in hiring because they have been so strict on only hiring DEI. I think that's proven. I think you can lean on that. I don't think you need to lean on how you were going to fix it 4 years ago. That doesn't matter.
Didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that.
I think he just starts talking himself down a rabbit hole. Let's really address the issues here. Let's not address the fact that, you're not using the same systems that you recommended 4 years ago, and the systems that they use suck.
I think he went off on a tangent here, but I saw a couple of things yesterday, whether it was him talking to Caitlin Collins from CNN or when he was going off on Pete Buttigieg for being horrible and everything.
For some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of G.
Oh, yeah, and he's right at that, and you keep selling that, and the fact that Biden's DEI program really put some incapable people as air traffic controllers, and also allowed very qualified people who were white not the ability not to be an air traffic controller.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. Yep. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
That's what we're going to have.
That's what we're going to have.
I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster.
Is he fired now?
Oh, yeah, and he used to be the mayor of South Bend.
But he drops another line.
And
he
drops, he was a horrible mayor.
He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit.
Oh, I love you, man.
The Department of Transportation.
Wow. That's my president.
His government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's
terrible.
Man.
I think this is Jesse Waters.
Yes.
And he really breaks it down. It's quite lengthy. Let me take some phone calls, go into words, and then we can come back with this because it's quite lengthy. But I think you got to almost play it all because he breaks it down.
And he brings on a former helicopter pilot.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
This is Steve, Bubba. Good morning.
Hi, Steve. Go ahead, buddy. You're on the air.
I know people are doing a lot of dancing around this DEI thing and everything, but what hasn't been released, a lot of things about the pilot and such, and I don't want to be the one that floats this as the total reason for all of this, but a lot of the DEI things that may be being said right now are because no one has really known who the pilot is of the helicopter.
Has that been released yet?
I thought it was, yeah.
No, but there is a lot of background noise and even Facebook sites and people talking about the pilot being named Joe Ellis.
No, it's Andrew Eaves. It's already been brought out.
You're going to say that he was transitioning?
Well, here's a quote off a Facebook page. Joe Ellis shares her journey of balancing 15 years of military service with the courage to live authentically as a transgender woman.
God.
All right. Well, unfortunately, it's Mississippi man identified as the pilot of the helicopter crash.
He's a real man?
Yeah, he has a wife and kids.
Yeah, so he's a real man.
I know it's on Facebook, but
I know it's on Facebook, which locks it into being the truth.
I mean, this one's in the news.
But the guy's from Mississippi.
Well, he wasn't that good of a pilot then.
No,
I'm sorry.
Andrew Eaves is his name.
Well, the idea, and I'm not floating this, but if you take a step back and actually think of what some people may think, this pilot has put his transitioning in, and now he's seeing that his ability to fly is going to be stopped by new policies that are going to get trans out of the services. And some people are floating the theory
But sir, the person that you say was transitioning
is not the pilot.
Was not the pilot. So we can't continue down your rabbit hole of a transitioning pilot when the pilot was not who you say it is. It was not a transitioning woman or man. It was a normal dude who has a family and kids. And so we can't even go down the path, buddy, because that's just not true. That's just not the truth.
Was there any trans on the plane? I mean, on the helicopter at all?
They just said who the pilot was.
Bubba, and I'm not saying this is true, not true. All I'd like you to do is possibly have someone look into the pilot, Joe Ellis, J-O.
In Newsweek 1 hour ago, who is Joe Ellis? Trans Black Hawk pilot wrongly named in D.C. crash.
Right. Joe Ellis may very well be. Hold on. Joe Ellis may very well be.
Oh, he feels validated now.
Hold on, sir. Joe Ellis, Joe Ellis you speak of, may very well be a transitioning Black Hawk helicopter within the U.S. military.
But he wasn't in that Black Hawk.
But he wasn't. She, him, her. They were not the pilot or even in this Black Hawk in any way, shape, or form.
That's according to Newsweek.
Well, they're also saying that this trans pilot Joe Ellis in question is in the Army Reserves, but the Black Hawk that crashed was an active duty unit out of Belvoir.
Right. So everybody needs to get off this. This was a transitioning pilot, DEI hire. Listen, the DEI situation might be on the air traffic control side of things.
Yeah,
I don't think it's on the helicopter.
I
side
heard this was a Ukrainian Hamas transitioning male that ended up doing this.
I did too.
Condoms.
And you know what? His beeper blew up on the side of his leg, and that's what caused the whole deal.
You're damn right.
Hello, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Facebook.
Hey, Bubba, it's Scout.
Hey, Scout.
There has been a shortage of air traffic controllers in this country long before the DEI stuff even happened. Because if you take the test and fail the test, you have to wait 3 years to take the test again to become an air traffic controller. And if you fail it twice, that's it. You don't get another one. It is so hard to do because, like everybody's saying, it's stressful, it's hard. Our friend's son-in-law is an air traffic controller, and everybody he works with is white, and they're short-staffed because they can't hire nobody because nobody can pass this because we're raised in a country full of pussies that can't be told no, can't handle pressure. You know, we got other issues, which is what the problem is, why we don't have air traffic controllers. Look it up. There's been a job shortage in this position for years. This is not the last 4 years. This has been going on for a long time. And it's because it's so stressful, so hard, and people can't pass the test.
Because we're so soft as a society, the test is too hard for these people to pass regardless of what color you are.
Exactly.
Yeah, the smart people that can pass
that's the bigger problem that nobody's talking about.
don't want to be one.
Thank you, Scout. Love you.
Love you guys too.
I sent you an article where there's a huge lawsuit with a bunch of people that aced the test and they didn't hire them because they didn't fit in that. So I mean, there are people that did pass.
All right, we'll get into that and the Jesse Waters stuff. Phone lines are blowed up. 813-90-BUBBA. We'll start, again, continuing to peel all this back. DEI cost me my job at the FAA. A crash was inevitable. So this is a guy that didn't get hired, an aspiring air traffic controller who claims he was denied a job because of a diversity target, said that the aviation agency's obsession with inclusion made an accident likely to happen.
Are we focusing on the wrong thing here?
I think yes, but no. Yes, but no. I think there's some. This is you got to get out. I mean, if indeed this is what is the FAA's problem, we probably need to get into it.
It's like Scout said. I mean, it's hard to get in. So I mean, that should be
some more dumbasses than
Andrew Brigada, age 35, scored 100% in his training exam, but claims he was denied a position in the air traffic control tower because the recruitment process of the Federal Aviation Administration
had enough white. They needed dark.
Favored diverse candidates.
Yep.
He's part of a class action lawsuit filed against the federal agency. So I guess that kind of validates that really is a situation. I mean, if there's a lawsuit about it. If you want to hire the best and the brightest of this kind of job, it's because it's a very stressful job and can take a toll on your age and prematurely, make you age prematurely. If you want to make sure that the people are doing their very best, last night at blah, blah, blah. We'll continue this. I can't get too far behind. We got this, the phone calls. And
that plane ripped apart in all kinds of pieces.
Yeah. Back in a minute.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Make up your quota.
The diversified.
Yeah, that's something wrong with that.
Where's your?
I mean, I get that, you need to have other people, allow them to be able to work. But they really need to want to, and they got to pass the test to get to it. And if they don't, then we just hire who we hire.
No, they're gone. That's what you're asking. Yeah. It's all clear.
I want to get public decency.
No, I do, yeah. No, I did a PP. And I was
Okay.
good. Yeah, I did a PP, a long one. I did a PP. It was a long one, and I did a PP.
I gotta go pee-pee. God, Jeff Matthews has got some good stuff. You ever seen his hauler, Gene?
Whose?
Jeff Matthews's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
All right, Gene, I gotta go pee, so it's just you and Chad, okay?
Me and Chad?
Yeah, you and Chad.
I don't see it on mine.
You're good. You're not missing anything. They all love you.
Oh, so evidently Chat's hearing me talk? Hey, so what are you saying about trusting and you got to drive? Alright. Right. Though the reported people that was taken. Right. Wait. Whew.
Just sold a Caleb Williams for $250, baby.
So we're good there.
Paid $110.
Woo! For real, bud?
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Last day of January. Let's make it a good one. And last hour. Monday, I'll be live from Ocala Speedway as racing begins the Lucas Super Late Models Tuesday. Practice on Monday. They'll be piping me in via Zoom and my RV Monday through Friday of next week. Seth is happy. He said he just sold a Caleb Williams card, made a great profit on it.
Nice. Thank you guys. So happy.
Put Kush polls or Kush. What's your Insta?
Nice pull, Kush.
Nice pull, Kush.
Thank you, Bubba.
No problem. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, it's South Tampa. Hey, the other thing with the ATC that's weird is that they bookend it. You have to be hired before you're 31, and you got to be gone by 56, typically. So they have all kinds of, like, different weird things that, because it's such a stressful job. I know you walk a high wire, and I agree your job's is stressful, too. But, like, this is...
No. My job's not nearly as stressful. And most people haven't been in the cockpit of a plane and had your headsets on and hear air traffic control navigate through all the planes, and then the plane that you're flying or a co-pilot on, talking to the air traffic controllers, getting in line, doing your final. And I've done that, and boy, you should hear just to hear it. I mean, they'll literally be dealing with 25 planes at the same time, bringing X amount in, X amount taking off, X amount on the ground, and it is very, very stressful. Very, just even here. Maybe you can Google like a busy, maybe Google and get me audio of a busy air traffic control.
Okay.
We can get audio of.
And I mean, it's unbelievable.
Can you imagine what it was like on 9/11 when they had to get everybody down? That was probably the craziest day.
Well, probably not, because it was a mass It was a mass communications to all planes. So they just basically needed to say they would get every air traffic controller in any plane that was in the sky. They would say something like, I didn't hear it that day. You might be able to find that too. The day of 9/11. What did air traffic controllers say to every airplane that was flying? Probably something to. We have a national security breach. All planes must land at the closest available airport immediately.
Formerly Bobos are on $50.
So,
kitchen's closed. Cancel Christmas.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
I was your traffic controller that day.
Who was?
Me.
What day?
9/11.
Okay, were you with us that day?
I called you and told you to turn the TV on.
You're right. I think you did.
I was standing in the bank and seen it. And then when I called you, and about 10 seconds later, the second plane hit, and that's when Brent said, Obama did it.
No, he said that's the work of
Obama.
I mean the other guy.
Osama bin Laden.
Yeah. Osama did that.
Brent did say it.
He said it right out loud.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I was just going to let y'all know it was more of it wasn't an air traffic controller problem or nothing because he was in communication with the air traffic controller. It was more of he mistaked one plane for another because there were several planes coming in for approach. He looked, or he, she, whatever it is, looked, saw a plane, mistaked that plane for the plane that he actually hit. He thought he saw the plane he hit because they were communicating.
Yeah, when the traffic controller asked him if he visually saw the plane, they were confused. The air traffic controller was confused as to the plane that he said he saw. And the helicopter guy was referencing the plane that was taking off at that time, not the plane that was landing. It's pretty much that simple.
Which if in the Jesse Waters clips, they bring up a former Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and they said the traffic controller should have said it's at your 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
this is
actually an air traffic. This is probably going to come down as air traffic controller error. Is probably what it's going to come down to because, like Lemmy said within the Jesse Waters report, which we'll play here momentarily, the air traffic controller probably should have said, Black Hawk, American military, Black Hawk 1, 2, 3, Willie, Yippee-yo. You have a regional jet at 11 o'clock descending at 200 feet a minute. Do you have a visual?
Yes,
do you have a visual?
And with them night vision goggles on, you do see better, but they block your side vision a little bit. So, like I said, he probably just mistaked, and they were, two planes, not one. But y'all have a good one.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Last call before we get into. I probably need to do words.
He wasn't no Top Gun driver.
No, he was no Top Gun driver.
And then go along with this.
And then go along with Jesse. Hello, who's this?
Hey, it's Mike in Greenville.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, buddy. I was basically going to say what the last guy said. I worked at a local airport for like 15 years, and I've been in all kinds of helicopters and airplanes and stuff. Yeah, he was looking at that jet coming in for a landing in front of the CRJ. And everybody keeps saying these guys are at the same level. They should have seen each other. If he looked out the left side of his helicopter, he would have seen nothing because they weren't at the same level. That CRJ was descending. He saw that plane landing. You can see it in the film right in front of the CRJ. Yeah, I see it. And the other plane just descended into his path and caught him. But the big question is, these guys, we pay for the military's gas. We pay for everything. Why do they need to take a shortcut at the end of the most busiest runway in the world? Let them fly the long way around. That makes no sense to me. And they don't even have transponders on. You got the gas to make the longer trip. Why take the most dangerous trip you can take across the end of the busiest airport in the world? That's the part that doesn't make sense.
As far as speaking of the military, correct?
Right. I mean,
they
got the gas. Why do they have to cut across?
Quite frankly, I mean, maybe this will make a new rule. Quite frankly, I don't know that that military establishment, unless they're responding to a threat or something like that, if they need to ever be in, they need to maybe go around Ronald Reagan International Airport's airspace and get out of it. And you don't have no. Yes, it's a shortcut to where you're going, but you're right. We got all the gas. We're not worried about gas. Let's take the 10-minute longer route so that we're not in the flight path of descending planes.
Exactly. Love you, Bubba.
I love you too. This is
Continue Juliet Mike to Lima Charlie. Monitor the tower 123.85.
This kind of shows you what an air traffic controller does and how busy and stressful it is.
400 feet above Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, air traffic controllers oversee the skies of the world's busiest airport, firing off commands to pilots.
Delta 393 Atlanta ground runway 27 right taxi via Lima, hold short of taxiway Dixie.
They juggle 2,600 landings and departures a day in all kinds of weather.
You can go upstairs and you can look out of that window and you can see nothing at all and still have movement taking place on your airport.
But air traffic controllers can't mess up. Not only are lives on the line, but
this is the ultimate in domino effects. If something's going wrong in Atlanta, or if there are major delays, it disrupts air travel all throughout the country and parts of the world.
Back in February, before COVID was named a pandemic, Rally took us up inside the tallest control tower in the country to see what it really takes to be an air traffic controller. This is Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. And these are...
God, look at that place. And look at all these are runways too. So you're controlling all these runways, all of those runways, and here's all the gates that you're navigating as well.
It's 5 runways. And here's the control tower. It takes a rotating staff of 58 traffic controllers to keep the airport running. Pre-pandemic, they directed 190,000 flights through takeoff and landing each year. These controllers are responsible for any planes inside Atlanta Hartsfield airspace. 5 miles.
I want to hear him. I want to hear him talking. Talking.
Out and 4,000 feet above the airport. Once a plane enters Atlanta's territory, air traffic controllers are in charge of.
And by the way, Atlanta territory is as soon as you get 10 miles, as soon as you get over the state line of Florida, they hand you off from Jacksonville to Atlanta. So I mean, Atlanta. I mean, it's quite the airspace that these guys are controlling is significant.
Communicating with pilots over radio. They direct pilots in the air through safe landings and pilots on the ground through takeoff.
Dynamic decisions. If an aircraft
I want to hear this guy.
To become a $5,000 rigorous hiring process. Once they've been hired, classroom simulator.
Seth, $145,000 a year. Whoa. Just take a gummy and lay back, Seth. You could do it.
And on-the-job training.
That would come here.
I want to hear.
And monitor up to jobs so mentioned either tailor.
I've been trying to find
ground
one.
Controller.
Everything's on the damn
Delta 229.2.
All right. Well, anyway, this is. I need to get to the Jesse stuff. Here we go.
As a big ball of fire and wreckage just falling down towards the river. Here's what it sounded like in the tower.
Crash. This is alert 3. Crash. This is alert 3. Where's the alert 3? It is off the approaching the runway 33. Approaching the runway 33. Helicopter crash.
This is the deadliest air disaster in America since 9/11. No one's blaming the American Airlines pilots. Planes can't get out of the way as easy as choppers. The Black Hawk pilots were pretty experienced. The male pilot had 1,000 hours under his belt. The female pilot had 500. So what happened? Tonight we're learning that.
Now, see, as we look here, Gene, it doesn't look like the plane went over the helicopter.
No.
It looks like the helicopter flew into the side of the plane. Maybe Jesse further explains.
The air traffic control tower at Reagan National was understaffed. The New York Times breaking the story that one controller was doing the job of 2. The controller, who is handling helicopters, was also instructing planes that were landing and departing from its runways. That's not normal. That means you're using 2 frequencies, and the plane pilots can't hear the helicopter pilots. Reagan National has had staffing shortages for a while. They're supposed to have 30 air traffic controllers in the tower. They only had 19. This is the busiest runway in America, and they're down 11 guys. In fact, the Washington Post is reporting that just Tuesday, another jet trying to land.
This is the day before, right?
Yeah.
Aborted and had to make a second approach after a helicopter appeared on its flight path. The president briefed the nation this morning and said DEI could be a factor.
I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. Brilliant people. have to be in those positions. And their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress where you have many, many planes coming into one target. And you need a very special talent.
I want to go get out. I mean, here we go.
Anytime you mention DEI, the press goes crazy because that's their baby.
You don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
And the DEI defenders didn't stop.
I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
There you go.
Okay. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time,
All right.
and then we had an election.
We've seen all that. I want to hear the Jesse Waters stuff.
That didn't turn out the way it should have.
Now, we don't know what factor DEI played here. Could have been a mechanical issue, could have been medical. They've just recovered one of the black boxes, and this investigation is going to tell us the truth. But when DEI is in place, which it was at the FAA, standards get lowered, staffing's affected. And when there's a disaster like this, it makes everyone naturally suspicious. Late in the Obama-Biden administration, 1,000 well-qualified air traffic control applicants were rejected.
That's part of the class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
That 1,000 people that were qualified to be air traffic controllers were denied and or not hired based on not qualifying for what they said were DEI standards. That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, that sucks. I don't care. There's some things where, like, it doesn't matter what color you are, what nationality you are, what religion you are. If you've passed the test to be an air traffic controller, whether you're an amputee, it doesn't matter. Whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Hispanic, you need to get hired immediately.
Yeah.
For not being diverse.
And for, I mean, like, every one of those 1,000 people that were qualified and told no because they didn't pass DEI standards, every one of those people should be, working as an air traffic controller right now. And we'd have, less of a shortage of arguably one of the most important jobs with regards to travel and safety. These people, air traffic controllers, probably one of the most important jobs within our, National Safety Bureau or whatever it's called, NTSB.
Enough. That caused staffing shortages. And the Biden administration was sued for discriminating against qualified white applicants. The COVID shutdowns didn't help staffing either. They stopped training controllers for 2 years. How are air traffic controllers not essential workers? I have no idea. And this DEI thing isn't just a race thing. Biden instituted DEI quotas at the FAA in order to recruit workers who were deaf, vision impaired, missing limbs.
Now, hold on. Deaf and vision impaired are the last two people that I need in top of that tower, bringing home the Delta 19er 29er that I'm on to ensure the fact that me and Seth Kushner land safely into O'Hare Regional Airport in Chicago when we're going to watch the Cubs play.
I don't want to fly.
I mean, listen, the guy with an amputee, no problem. That's no problem. That guy can handle it. But a guy that's deaf and a person that can't see?
But that means their other senses are so much sharper, Bubba.
Yeah. Maybe those two are working together.
If they can't
the
see,
deaf guy works with the seeing guy, and together they make one.
Dude, the movie See No Evil, Hear No Evil with Richard Pryor. I mean, it's
God. Deaf and blind people need to be that doesn't even seem like you could that's like you're ribbing me.
Completely paralyzed, epileptic, people who were severely intellectually disabled. psychiatrically disabled, and dwarfs.
Sounds like the hiring practices of the BRN. I'm looking for all those people, especially the dwarfs. If you're a dwarf, if you're an amputee dwarf with an intellectual learning disability, I want to put you on the air immediately.
This was Biden's FAA just 2 years ago.
We need a diverse group of air traffic controllers to bring distinct perspectives to handle the ever-changing aerospace landscape. I'm calling on students and alumni from HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, and tribal colleges to apply now to become air traffic controllers.
What, did he just say tribal?
Primetime also found.
What's that?
Did he just say tribal colleges?
Yeah, tribal colleges.
Well, that's racist.
On this little
maybe. Hold on.
slideshow from the Biden FAA titled
Remember, diversity plus inclusion equals better performance. Diversity plus inclusion equals better performance.
No, I don't.
Diversity plus inclusion could end up being a disaster. It should say could be a disaster.
That's chemically wrong.
Rethinking diversity. And it says, quote, diversity plus inclusion equals better performance. Is that true? A major problem.
Maybe in some areas, maybe, but not in air traffic control.
Was it the FAA couldn't even fill their own DEI quotas? According to lawsuits, they discriminated against qualified candidates to hire diverse candidates, but they weren't able to.
I mean, I think this is just the tip of this iceberg.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, as they peel this back and see how many people, well, the lawsuit that they have, over 1,000 applicants, I think, are joining this class action suit. If you got 1,000 people that have passed the test to be an air traffic controller, and our government told them that you don't fit into our diversity inclusion program, we got problems. We got major problems. And each one of those family members that have a loved one that got killed, watch them lawyer up. And you think that people that qualified to be an air traffic controller that didn't get a job have a potential lawsuit? How about the people that died because the United States of America had a DEI program and didn't put the right qualified people in the towers to save grandma's life that's now dead?
Man, I'm going to my shop and giving my black guy a raise because I got a good one. I'm sorry.
Are you walking in today? And what's his
I'm
first
throwing
name?
$100 bill on him.
What's his first name?
He doesn't know his name.
You don't know?
It's JD. I don't know the name of Jay. I don't know what it is.
But you're walking up because you got yourself a good black guy that's a bust his ass.
That's right, man. He does too, man. The more I think about it, he's running my shop right now while I'm on radio.
Being a superstar, and he's running your shop.
I'm going to diversify my program too. I'm giving him a $100 bill today.
As soon as you walk in.
As soon as I walk in.
Higher enough.
Say, I got my
I'm
own.
going to tell him too.
I got my own DEI.
What's this for? Because you're black. That's what I'm going to tell him.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
Eric Redden, $100, Lasker for president.
Of diverse candidates. Air traffic control towers are short-staffed across the country. The agency has 1,000 fewer certified controllers today than it did a decade ago.
Wow.
Down 1,000.
Jeez.
Oddly enough, we have 1,000 people that have joined a civil class action suit that passed the air traffic controller test and were not hired by the government, and they were told because they didn't fit the DEI program. And we're short-staffed 1,000. Meanwhile, we could be fully staffed if we just listen, I don't care what color you are, whether you got a leg or not a leg, I don't care.
You care if they're deaf or blind, though, Bubba. Say that.
That's true.
If the deaf or blind people can pass the test,
they can have a job.
You can have a job. Get a job.
All right, good.
If I got 1,000 people that passed the test that were told no. Oddly enough, we are short 1,000 people.
Only 1% of air traffic facilities met their staffing targets last year. 1%.
Watch that crash. Where that helicopter is.
Why is
that plane is not a couple hundred feet on top of him?
I sent you a different angle, by the way, Bubba.
only agency in the
They're level, and he hits the top of the plane with the helicopter.
XXL Gaming gifted 5 memberships.
Thank you, buddy. All right, what am I looking at here?
It's a different
I don't see
angle
why
of
he
the
didn't
plane.
dodge that.
American Airlines
Missed
flight.
that wreck.
Look at it. It's the top.
The copter's
the top
coming
video.
down.
These videos
The top video
obtained
shows a different angle.
exclusively by CNN show previously unseen angles of the collision.
All right, so here's the plane. Now, where am I looking up here?
Yeah, that's where the different angle
Between
comes
an
in.
American Airlines flight and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. In the first video, the Black Hawk can be seen flying at speed over the Potomac from the left side.
You see the helicopter?
Now, is this the helicopter right here?
Right there.
That's the helicopter.
Yeah.
And this is the plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
He ain't no couple hundred feet above him.
Side of the screen.
They're level, and he's going down to him.
The American
Well, the Black Hawk guy looks like he's descending.
Yeah.
Rudy,
Airlines
gifted a membership. Thank you.
plane can be seen
Oh, there.
flying towards the
Yeah, to me, it looks like that maybe the Black Hawk guy flew under the belly.
Right into him.
I mean, this is a different angle that I've not seen up until now. Let me thank you for finding it. Here is the regional jet. Here's the American regional jet. Here's the Black Hawk military helicopter, and it looks like he's when they're going fast and forward, they kind of have that leaning forward attitude.
Yeah.
But he's
Airlines plane can be
boom. It looks like he goes right under the belly of the plane, and in fact, that one graphic we saw where it looks like the plane's on top of the helicopter.
seen flying towards the airport.
But it never
before
blocks the
two
headlights, so he
collided,
didn't get hit by the plane.
Mid-air explosion.
Do you see
and
that?
fall
It
into
never
the
blocks the headlights when he hits.
river.
Man, that plane just went straight down, didn't it?
Straight down.
In a second video, you can see the Army helicopter and American Airlines plane travel towards.
Oh, this is. I don't want to say this is good. I want to say this is good footage because a bad thing happened, but this is footage that I've not seen that I really appreciate.
Each other.
Oh man.
After the collision and subsequent explosion, the airliner can be seen spinning into the water, and the Black Hawk is also seen falling into the water.
And you got to think, man, that they were probably alive.
To the collision
So
and
here,
subsequent
most of them.
explosion, the airliner can be seen spinning into the
If you can see, this is the airliner fuselage right here.
Yeah.
And so,
water, and the
and
Black Hawk is also seen falling into
Look at
the
that
water.
splash.
These
Wow.
videos obtained exclusively by
They
CNN.
drowned it.
Again. I think after this all shakes out, it's going to be an air traffic controller situation. I think they did not they did communicate with the helicopter. The helicopter did not know the plane they were speaking about. The helicopter thought it was a plane that was already taken off or was, in a different area. And they did not, the air traffic controller did not tell the helicopter pilot, it's a descending jet that's to your left, however many feet. They just ask do you see this particular jet? They go, yeah. It was the jet that was taking off and or landing at the time, closer to the runway than this American Airlines regional jet.
Federal government short-staffed. Every other agency has the opposite problem.
Every other agency in our government were able to hit staffing and DEI quotas. The only agency in our government that could not hit their DEI and or staffing quotas were the FAA.
Because nobody wants that job. Not because they didn't want them to be there.
They got 1,000 people that want that job.
Right, but they're not the right ones to fit the DEI.
They're not blind or deaf or dumb or stupid or bucktooth or whatever they're looking for.
Right.
They have too much personnel. Only at the FAA, they can't find enough people. Is that because you can't work remotely to be an air traffic controller?
Yeah, I like to zoom in and do my air traffic controller. I don't want to do. I'm driving to the airport. It's such a buzzkill, traffic and parking, and then I got to go up that big tower. I'd like to do it from home, please.
And it's not about money. Biden and Trump.
That copter hit the side of the plane.
Trump spent the exact same amount on the FAA.
It doesn't mess up the headlights
This is
at all.
about
Look, at all.
mismanagement.
Until it blows up.
And that's the president's
Headlights
point.
are still going. Was they going down?
Are you saying race
So the
or
nose of the
gender
plane didn't
played a
tear
role
up.
in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't
Unless
know.
it hit something.
Incompetence might have
Going
played
down.
a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
This is about competence, and it starts at the top. In less than 24 hours, the president came out, held an open-ended press conference with his secretaries of transportation and
Big E
defense
gifted 5
and his
memberships.
VP.
Thank you, Iggy.
Big E.
And then took questions in
Big E.
the Oval and signed
Thank
a
you.
presidential memo to
Thank
get
you,
to
Big
the
E.
bottom of things. As a reminder, this is who Joe Biden nominated to run the FAA.
What airspace requires an ADS-B transponder?
By the way, this is Biden's head of
FAA.
the FAA. Two years ago, because we're almost at March, 2025. So, 1 year and 11 months ago.
How could he care about us? He don't even care about himself.
Well, Gene, let's hear him talk. You don't know yet, okay?
Look at it. He makes a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Would you fix your ears?
Well, this is not the guy. This is the guy questioning.
Gene, hold on. This
isn't the FAA guy.
Oh.
Quickly, please.
This is the FAA guy. This is who Biden put in charge of the FAA. Right here.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Not sure I can answer that question right now.
So what are the 6 types of special use airspace that protect this national security that appear on FAA charts? Quickly, please.
Sorry, Senator, I cannot answer that question.
So what are the operational limitations of a pilot flying under basic med?
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I'm not a pilot, so.
Can you tell me what the minimum separation distance is for landing and departing airliners during the daytime?
I think 500 feet, but.
I don't want to guess on that.
Do you know the difference between those two, Part 44809 and Part 107? Do you know the difference there?
No, I cannot.
He doesn't
That
know
guy had to
anything.
withdraw his nomination because he was so unqualified. We've had mechanical issues with Boeing jets. Tulsi Gabbard was put on a TSA watch list. We've had near misses over and over again. These things should never happen in the United States of America. And a crash like this should never happen again. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families of these victims. We are so sorry for your loss. This is just such a senseless tragedy, but a sad day for this country.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Sean.
Oh, let me go into words. I got a couple phone calls, and Trump. Well, the hits keep coming. He wants to put tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Now, why? Isn't that going to automatically just drive inflation if you're now charging 25% tariffs on things that are coming in from our country, from Mexico and Canada?
Not inflation, but prices.
No, I'm just saying, isn't that going to make whatever we get from Canada and Mexico, which I'm assuming is a lot of stuff? If you're putting why are we putting a 25% tariff? Are we mad at them? What have they done wrong
with the illegal aliens and the drugs that are coming into the country?
Canada?
Yeah, Canada too.
That'll make it to where Americans make their own stuff again. Let's go. That's where tariff the hell out of them.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Huh?
Is that guy really going to get $100?
Yes, he is. Yeah. I'm going to tell him, too, it's my diversified program.
How about it?
My Trump diversified program. Yeah, I got a good guy, man. He just texted me, yeah, we got the black done, and I'm just going to go ahead and knock that green out and knock that bronze out, and that way we don't have to step over it anymore. And I'm going, that's a good idea. Because it's in our way. Man, I'm ready for a Philly cheesesteak omelet.
You ready for a what, Gene?
A Philly cheesesteak omelet.
Is that what you're hungry for?
That's what I'm hungry for.
If you don't, no pressure, no worries.
I'll check with you.
Thank you.
So this old timer's at my shop, and I've been powder coating for him for 30 years, and he talking with JD, and he goes, "Well, how about on that? Is he, as he's getting older, is he better to work for than back in the day?" And he goes, "Well, I've been working for him for 3 years now, and he's been the same pretty much." And he goes, "Oh, you should have known this dude when he was young. Well, he'd have been on your ass all the time and yelling and throwing things at you." And he goes, "Nah, he don't really do that." He goes, "Maybe he's getting better as older." He goes, "Yeah, he's going to be real good in about 5 years." JD said, he goes, "Why is that?" He goes, "Because he's going to quit and then want to be working for Coben."
Coben's going to take over the business.
Yeah.
And you're just going to tell Coben, just scratch me off 20% and you can have the business. Me and your mom are retiring. Does Coben know the business pretty good?
Yeah. He's already spraying.
Is he really?
Yeah, he wants to be me. I'm the forklift driver. I pick everything up, I move everything, I get everything set, I wrap things up, I park them, I put them in their designated spot where it goes. I make room for everything, I move racks. When they're heavy, I roll them out with the forklift because you don't want to walk into the oven and try to pull a big old heavy rack or you'll burn up. So you do it with the forklift so you get it out quick as you can. And he does that. And I'm out there the other day and I look over and he's got this 400-pound steel box hanging in the air. And these guys are underneath it hanging wire on it to hang it. And I look over and his scope is the one moving the box up and down on the forklift. And I look and I say, "Hey guys," and they look up at me and go, "Yeah? You know he's 14 years old. And he's got 400 pounds on the top of your head." And they go, "Yeah, he's good at it, man. We trust him."
So he can drive the forklift?
Oh, real good. Yep. But he gets in there and he grabs the gun and he starts powdering some of the green stuff. And I only had to find a couple spots. He had 4 boxes he painted. And there was like only 3 spots on 2 boxes that I had to touch up. He did a good job. He don't know the fundamentals of it, though, why he's learning that, but as far as hanging things and cleaning the rag and cutting the wire down and picking up and moving stuff and wrapping, and he knows it all.
Oh, we just went up another 1,000 followers on Facebook.
Really?
We just got to 36 million on that
Oh my God.
video in one day.
And what's that video about?
I was talking about the Super Bowl commercials. I think we've gained like 3,000 from that video.
That thing's on fucking fire right now, isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Why is that? Because people want to see what's going on with what commercials coming?
We just hit an algorithm. We just hit a fucking algorithm. But you never know. Like you never fucking know.
And people are sharing it. A ton of people are sharing it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. The last day of the month. Man, we got lucky. And much love to Rhett, Gary Cantrell, Lummy, Macho Man, who all chip in to get clips and reels and pieces of audio and just different ways for us to promote the show. A lot of times, Gary and Rhett, they'll
How long
take.
has Gary been working here?
Gary's been working here for what, Lummy, a year?
Like working?
You never mentioned his name before.
He's been helping us for probably almost 3 years.
You only ever say Red or Macho.
I mean, he's old. Like he's old school. Like he was on the air with Bubba back in the day. He was a habitual caller, I think.
Yeah, and he remotely.
But remotely, he's been helping us with our video work for the last 2-3 years. He's been kicking ass.
And so he'll take Gary and Rhett will talk, and they'll split it up or whatever, and they'll make clips of the show. Because, nobody wants... The show is, 3 hours long. 4, but if you take the commercials and whatever, it's about 3 hours long of talking. And most people don't want to listen to 3 hours. So what you do is we take various clips about topics that we're talking about, and we'll make them a reel. We'll put them up on X. We'll put them up on YouTube as a video. And one of the places that we aggregate and put some of our clips is on our Facebook page, obviously. Our Facebook being at the Bubba Army. And, just like we have on YouTube, we've got a couple of the Hogan videos did 5, 6, 7 million views, something like that.
Yes.
You just never know when you're going to catch an algorithm, or you never know.
What the hell is an agarillo?
All right, what's that one more time? What's what?
What's an agarillo? What is it?
Seth, can you explain
what
is
what?
Verb?
What is what?
An agarillo. That's what you just said.
Seth, since he's your new best friend and you want to hang out with him and he wants to wear a harmonica when he comes to your house, can you the best of your ability, tell Lasker what an algorithm? I'm sorry, what, Gene? What?
An algorithm.
What is it, Seth? The great Seth Kushner.
An algorithm is
a rhythm.
Yeah, an algorithm is something that decides what you see on the internet, what you see on social media, and all that based on things that you've watched before.
We taught it gifted 5 memberships.
So, Gene, like this, let me give you an example. Do you know, like when you're on Facebook and it'll give you're looking at Facebook, and then to maybe the right part of it, it'll give you like suggested stuff that you might want to look at.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
that's an algorithm.
That's an algorithm. So
algorithm.
Yeah. See, let's go ahead and do Gene Lasker pronunciation.
Algorithm.
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 Yeah, there you go. Algorithm. So now when you give that $100 bill to that African-American man today, are you going to say, let me tell you about algorithms?
This is a diversified deal. That's what you're getting.
I just want to let you know this is a diversified work environment. Say it.
Right.
You got to say it.
Diversified working environment.
Tommy Bennett, $10 for Lasker's black employee. $10 from Cody Hernandez.
So listen, Lummy, one Facebook post that I repurposed from YouTube, this is a couple years ago, was me throwing out the band, some band.
Yeah, it was the Inside Band review.
Yeah, and it
came into play.
Yeah, we're gonna beat them up, man.
Yeah, Gene came in after.
Oh yeah, Gene came in with me. Gene was part of that video.
Uh-huh.
Gene goes, "Let me tell you something. It's time for you guys to get out,
That's right,
or I'm gonna start swinging." And they're like, "Whatever."
You can't sing with a fat lip. So
Gary or Rhett we were talking about the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I might as well play it, right?
Yeah, it's our stuff.
It's our stuff. What's that? Let me see. Where's it at?
They were smart asses.
At least 10 commercials to air during Super Bowl 59 on Fox have sold for $8 million, according to multiple reports.
That sounds cheap these days with all the extra rub you get from social media. And, God, people do full-on segment shows about the commercials. And
then all media like us go through the top commercials. And then there's, like, stories about the top commercials, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of, dissecting your top 5 commercials, but unfortunately, it's just something that America loves to do.
It's become part of American fabric that a lot of people will watch the Super Bowl just for the commercial. Super Bowl spots could be going for $8 million. And I'm assuming that's for a 30. At least 10 commercials to air during. All right, so that's the entire clip.
Yes.
And so Gary put it up as a reel.
Everywhere. It's on all platforms.
It's on all platforms, but the one that it's exploding on is Facebook.
Yes.
So go to our Facebook page, find this, because the more you guys watch it too, some of you people may very well not even watch this clip. Watch it, because that'll even make it go even more hog wild.
That's right.
More importantly, share it.
Yep.
Share it.
And we got 774 shares.
And so we're at what, 34 million views?
Yeah, about that, I think.
34 million views on something. You just never know when something's going to hit. You just never know when this hit on Facebook. So go to our Facebook page, look for the Super Bowl commercial reel, hit it, watch it, then share it to your page, and it's hard telling how crazy it could go.
That's right.
Is this, Rhett, the largest one we've ever had?
On Facebook, yeah.
What did the band one do? I think the band one only did like 15 million.
Yeah, probably 10 or 15. I don't think it went over 20. And this has only been up for 15 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, it hasn't even been a day yet.
This hasn't even been a day, and what are we at, Lummy, as far as numbers?
37 million.
Yeah.
37 million.
It just keeps going, Bubba. And we've gained, you remember you said you wanted to get over 170, and we're saying, let's get over we're at 174.
This could take us to 200,000.
Let's go.
So, Lasker, when you go on your Facebook, go to my Facebook and watch this video.
You want me to share it too?
Yeah, and then share it to Gene Lasker. Yeah. Yes, Gene, you're part of the show.
Well, he's not
maybe
in it.
Maybe one of these days, Gene, I can have a diversity program where I hand you a $100 bill.
You are African American.
Because you are white.
Or whatever you are.
I demand it.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
I didn't realize that, but you know what? The percentage here versus how much money this place intakes, you owe me some money.
Matthew King, $20. Gene Lasker's the man.
You don't know how much this money place intakes.
We're intaking, baby.
Gene, you don't know.
He knows.
Let me tell you something. Based on what this place is intaking, you owe me some money. Well, I got to figure. And when I go to work today, I'm handing my black man a $100 bill and saying, you're working in a diversified algorithm. So, man, everybody that's listening now, please go to our Facebook page at the Bubba Army. Find the reel that talks us. It'll be within the first 4 or 5 stories of us talking about Super Bowl commercials. Play it and then share it. And that'll even algorithm it more. It'll make people go crazy. I mean, we could hit 100 million.
Let's go.
That'd be funny.
Oh my God. It just goes to show you, like, Lummy, it's really not doing any numbers anywhere else. I mean, it's okay, but it's not killing it.
It's not getting 36 million views.
This is like, this is unbelievable. We got lightning in a bottle right here. Me and Seth Kushner breaking down Super Bowls. By the way, great job, Gary. Great job, Rhett, Macho, Lummy. Great job.
Woo.
Unbelievable. God, I'm so appreciative and thankful for you guys. It's exactly what I envisioned. Can you imagine if every one of our clips got caught lightning in a bottle like that? We'd be rich as hell. Kush, you'd be like double what you're making now.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd have a real Hemi by then.
You'd have a real Hemi instead of a 4-cylinder Taurus.
What? A 4-silly? Okay.
You got a 4-silly, bud.
I didn't know. I thought
you got a 4-silly.
He doesn't have a 6?
Nope, he's got a 4-silly. He's got a straight 4.
I checked the other day, but my valves are strong.
Yeah, he's got strong valves. On his 4-silly. Hi, you're on the air.
Yo.
Yes.
Hey, Bubba, this is Jeff, FCE from Philly. I'm just glad they don't do that nonsense in my line of work. I'm out here delivering diesel fuel. I'm glad, they make it hard for me to get the job that I got. Imagine if they did that diversity nonsense with us.
Hey, man, the truck drivers, the fuel deliverers, that's the fabric of our country. And they can't ever put, a DEI deal on the rugged-ass truckers of our country who do make our country, who basically keeps our country afloat. I agree with you, especially you delivering fuel, my friend. Appreciate your hard work, my friend.
Keep up the good work, Bubba.
Thank you. Now go to my Facebook page. Go find the Super Bowl commercial. Play it. It's about 30 seconds long, 45 seconds long.
About that, yeah.
Then share it to your little old Facebook and watch. Now, we already caught an algorithm. Wait till we catch another one.
That's right.
Jesus, I'm so excited. I'm hard. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yep.
Hey. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Get on the phone this morning. Anyway, I was watching yesterday morning. You had the fire at Needsmore Speedway.
Yeah, on the Brian Shirley, the squirrel. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you go to YouTube, and if you can't find it, I can send it to you. 6/30/2006 Young Fire is the name of the title on YouTube. That was a fire we had at our dirt track. And if you go watch it, it's pretty dang gruesome. It was a renegade car.
I really don't like looking at fires and race cars because that really hits home to me. And it just really is it's just something I don't want to look at. Being a former driver and being a track owner, that's your worst nightmare is a fire.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, he got lucky. I mean, he got burned and ended up 10 years later losing a leg from complications of it, but still racing today.
Well, tell that one-legged
That's
stud.
that new diversified program in racing.
Yeah, I mean,
That's right.
NASCAR's looking for one-legged drivers, Gene.
Hell, Dale Earnhardt might come out of the grave because he's allowed to.
I mean, sir.
That's right.
Anything else you got quickly?
Yeah, I'm curious, and because I know the haters hate you talking about racing and stuff, but I love to hear that instead of other sports. I'm curious from you and Gene, who is on your Mount Rushmore of dirt track drivers?
Dirt track drivers?
Oh, Gene's number one.
Well, I mean, I would say Steve Kinzer.
Danny Lasowski.
No.
He's a bullet.
Hold on, Steve Kinzer, Scott Bloomquist, probably Jimmy Owens, and I don't know, maybe Donnie Schatz.
Nah.
Gene, you're not quite. Gene, you want to put yourself up there, Gino?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be me, Lasowski, Sammy Swindell, and maybe Lance DeWeese.
You can't put the King up there?
The King. Well, the King's the King, and then Larson. You know, he's.
I mean, yeah.
He made a deal with the devil, so that's why he's going to be the best until he dies.
Again, I got to go into words so we're not late. When I come back, Trump talking about, I might as well just hit it now because it's not a very long article and I can clear it out. Trump wants to open up Guantanamo Bay for the illegal immigrants, which I'm all for. I actually said this before he got elected.
Signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough place to get out of. Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all. And it was just signing an
Wyatt
executive
Harris
order.
gifted 10 memberships.
Who?
Wyatt Harris.
Thank you, Wyatt. And finally, before words, God, she's hot. Melania Trump, this was her first lady headshot. This was her first, being the first lady of the United States of America, you have your own PR. You have your own staff. I think don't they say they have their own staff and stuff?
Sure.
They have their own staff. They make appearances and things like that.
So it's a DEI staff. It's a one-legged mute.
It's a one-legged
Chinese man.
It's a one-legged dwarf.
Yes, that's right.
It's a one-legged African American dwarf. Anyway, this was her 2017 shot. And this is her new shot that they're using. She kind of looks like she's a power broker, does she not?
Yeah, she does.
She looks good.
Oof.
You getting sick, Lasker?
Of you.
For real?
Well, Bubba, you didn't put him in your Mount Rushmore. I mean.
Oh.
Yeah, man, I don't mean nothing to you.
You mean? you
I put some moves on you
Winningest driver
that
in the
you
history of
never
East Bay.
could put on me. I don't even.
Do you remember when I caught fire at Volusia? Driving for you? Remember that? Loose fuel line?
Boy, you never see a fat man run.
How many times did you try to kill me? I mean
that wasn't that was
I
mean, I didn't really want you to die, but
listen,
kind of funny that you almost did.
I didn't want you to die, but it's kind of funny that you almost did. That's kind of not cool.
Jesus.
It's racing, bro.
Gene caught me on fire. Almost killed me at Lake
Lock
City.
the steering.
Almost killed me at Lake City. Almost killed me at Volusia. I was literally on fire. It's right. Have you ever seen a fat man get out of a sprint car?
I jumped out of my car and ran over and helped you.
I was rolling around on the track
That's right.
like Ricky Bobby because I was on fire.
He was completely on fire, but I stopped on the front row, got out, and helped you get out of fire. Didn't I?
But you want me to die because you think it would be kind of funny.
Not really.
You just
We could just have a good memorial race once a year. Be great.
At my track?
Yeah,
The Bubba the
plenty
Love
of money.
Bubba the
Pete
Love
would have to
Sponge.
come off with a lot of money for the winner.
Tom Beamy making all kinds of money.
Yep.
Bubba the Love Sponge Memorial. Bubba's no longer here. I gotta go. Let me go into words, but more importantly, let me tell you, go to our Facebook page and watch the Super Bowl commercial reel with me and Seth. It is 40 million?
Almost there.
Sarah said she just hooked me up with it and she shared it for us.
All right.
Did she also say,
I love you, Sarah.
Jane, quit being such a dick to
Yeah,
Bubba?
she said leave Bubba alone.
Mm-hmm. Love you, Sarah. Back in a minute. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
See, they walk the dogs. As soon as I see them walking their dogs, she's going to grab him and say, get his name and get their website. But he is like on the board of that, or whatever that site is that gets the people from Canada, Airbnbs. Because like he said, he's got a place that they rent it to the two, a lady and a man, and they're only here 7 months out of the year. They pay for the whole 12.
I know, that's what my grandpa did when he would move home for it. Same thing.
They pay for
All
the
the
whole
Canadians,
12.
the Canadians come. He was saying like it was like 6 months, but they pay the whole year. They have it. You gotta like keep up the yard.
They pay up front.
That's what I'm saying. They do it, but you gotta maintain it, which whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a problem with that.
Yeah. It's like the trailer parks. It's where all the
And
trailer
I'm going
parks.
there, turn the AC on, turn the heater on, and
That's right.
everything runs, turn the lights on, turn the lights off.
It's already paid for.
Fresh.
All you gotta do is maintain it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Because
Yeah. Well, as soon
and
as I can
we're
get-
in two different markets, so we're not competing.
We met the guy, him walking his dog, when him and his wife walking their dog, and him thanking me for buying that house and cleaning up the yard already. And it looks like $1 million already compared to what it looked like before. And then he started telling my wife all of this. I didn't sit there and listen to it because I walked back in there and started working. And so when she came in and told me, you wouldn't believe who that guy is. And I said, yeah, he does this and that, and the Airbnb. I said, well, I'm not doing Airbnb because I'm just.
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
It's just a pain in the ass. You always got a different person in there.
Maybe driving down your road.
And you always got to clean all the towels, and you got to clean all this, and you got to do this.
Exactly.
I ain't doing all that. I always be a regular tenant. And she says, no, they got this long-term tenant Airbnbs. And I said, so you only have 2 tenants a year? And she said, yeah, and sometimes 1. And they might not be here all year, but they pay for the whole year so nobody else takes up their stuff.
That's right.
They can leave stuff there.
They move their stuff in, and it's their place.
And I said, that I would put a security system in that house.
Yeah.
And keep it up.
You just put a
so
camera on it.
They can turn it, they can get on their website and they can go right to the camera live and look at their house, see what's happening.
That's right. And it's there. Being taken care of. I'm going to be going, hey, I'm going to be going to your neighborhood. What's up at Big Lots? I'm going to go see what clearance they got. I'm going to be hitting your street, knocking on doors.
I'm making it a nice place. I mean, I'm spending more money than I should. But I'm not going to have to work on it no more.
Yeah.
It's, I completed, I took all the wiring out. I changed all of
I accept Kushner.
the breaker box, new breakers, took the little water heater out of the hallway, put a big water heater in the utility room, put the washer and dryer.
You still need wires and stuff? That's what you can look at it, but I'm reading fans, but you can look at the, should I have you something?
Yeah, I will.
Like you said, even the boxes, all that kind of stuff, lights.
Yeah. So I got, well, as far as lights in the house, I'm thinking buying the fans.
All right, make sure you guys download the Blizzard.
Because I took the lights out, I got the boxes still in the ceiling,
Today's last
the wire
day.
just hanging down, and I haven't decided.
Well, the lights I'm talking about, lights are for the boxes.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the fans are.
Yeah, we're good. We're up.
But
we're going to be up about 14,000 over last month.
I changed the driveway from one side to the other.
Which I didn't post podcasts for a couple weeks as we were off, but it's still looking. It's still good.
Back to a concrete slab that's already there, 20 by 50.
Yeah, just getting consistent again. Thanks, Permagrom. I thought it was a good episode also.
But they're smoking the cars.
Makes sense. And they want to have an RV back there. T said hello, Gene. T said
Thanks, Hierarchy. You're the man, dude.
So it's going to be worth rent to whoever.
Thank you for the cards again.
It's going to be nice. You know, very nice fence.
I got a real nice looking JJ McCarthy
security system already
patch card. But I know how we both feel about the Vikings. Oh, Tina, you know what? First person that's asked about it. It was shut down. And it's permanently shut down. What's that?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Thank you to Chris Lioros. Chris Lioros. $50. Lasker full effect. How about that? DEI. Thank you so much. Seth Kushner reminding you today's the last day of the month. Go to our anywhere that you download your podcasting, whether it's Google Play, whether it's iHeart, whether it's Bubba Army HQ, whether it's our YouTube channel, and go and download till your heart's content. Our download numbers are up about 15 or 20% over the month, so we've been doing great there. January's been a great month. And Lummy, it looks like we really pulled the nose up on January with regards to this viral. I mean, I think this went viral, right? We went viral.
I would say so, yeah.
With regards to our Facebook page, go to our Facebook page. It's at The Bubba Army. Please do this for me. Because, Lummy, we're at 37,800,000 views. Now, it says we've reached 48 million. Yeah. But I think you go with the views, don't you?
Yeah.
That's what you do. I'd like to get that up to, this is less than 24 hours. This just got put up 15 hours ago, and it's just me and Seth Kushner discussing the prices of Super Bowl commercials, and we caught it. Gene, what did we catch? A what? An algo.
I don't know, Algo Romo.
We caught an
You're an Algo Romo.
We caught, Lummy, for those scoring at home, we caught an Algo Romo.
An Algo Romo, okay.
And we're asking you to go watch that very clip and to share it so that
I still don't understand what that is.
What?
An algoromo or an algregate or something.
So anyway, get yourself on your Facebook page and go to at the Bubba Army and go watch the Super Bowl commercial, then share it so we can get an Algogate and continue this Algogate craziness.
Will you hit refresh on yours? Because I got 2,000 more likes, so I think there's a lot more views on it.
Hold on here.
Because I'm seeing 14. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more shares, a lot more, another 1,000 likes.
I'm on the back end of the deal, and it says 37. Now we're at 37,972,000.
Okay.
So we picked up like another million, another 300,000.
Are you gonna be checking that like 20 times today, Bubba?
Oh yeah, please.
Dude, he's gonna be on the skid steer just checking it.
I am. I'm gonna be on the skid steer. My Bubba flips the water truck because he was on looking at the back end of his Algo Romos.
But he died happy because he had 50 million on his short.
He did. Go to our Facebook page at the Bubba Army. Go watch it. It's really nothing that big a deal.
It probably has another maybe has another 24 hours, Bubba.
You think so?
Yeah.
The only good thing is that it's we still have the Super Bowl for a whole other week.
Yeah.
I think it'll get kicked back up again. It'll do. I mean, Bubba, what do you want?
I'm 50 million.
Oh yeah, that'll happen.
100 million.
That could get tough.
First day you're at 38 million.
No, I don't. I'm just saying you got.
I mean, and everybody here that's
What's
listening
the
to the
biggest
show
something
right now,
ever got?
This
on Facebook, yeah.
This.
No, I'm talking about it in life.
This.
Oh, and I think he means like.
No, I mean like in anybody's else's or
like
on internet.
Hard telling like what some of the Mr. Beast stuff does. Everything they release probably at least does this. We're small.
Trump does numbers.
Yeah. This is oddly enough, Gene. This is our biggest thing ever.
The most viewed Facebook video of all time is 199 million views.
Of what?
Yeah.
It's a short 3-minute clip of the 2021 movie Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live on the air. You're live on the air. Last caller of the day. And please, sir, go to our Facebook page, watch the Super Bowl commercial, 48-second reel, then share it so that if the largest ever is 199 million and we could get like 100 million.
That'd be nice.
That puts us with some really big boys.
Sure does.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're the last caller of the day. We got to go.
All right. Jump off from Dallas real quick. Do you think you've heard of the Rooney Rule, right?
Heard of what?
The Rooney Rule.
The Rooney Rule.
Yeah, it's a football rule that doesn't allow tampering or negotiating. I think.
No, you have to interview. You have to interview at least one minority head coach in person.
Rudy.
I think it's 2. Is it 2? I think it's like
All right. So yes.
Bubba called it. He goes, Dion's not going to join I'm from Dallas. So, you go, he's not going to join the Cowboys, and you're right, obviously. But do you think that's the Rooney Rule in play?
No, they had interviews with in-person interviews with other black coaches. You mean to satisfy the Rooney Rule, they talked to Dion?
I don't think Dion never was. Dion never formally interviewed. There was conversations that him and Jerry had. In order to be probably qualified as a Rooney Rule interview, you actually have to come to the facility, sit down with the general manager, sit down with the owner, and it has to be like an on-the-books interview kind of deal.
Not even over Zoom.
Yeah. So nope. I don't. All right.
Thanks for clearing that up, brother.
All right, and go to my Facebook page and watch that Super
Already
Bowl.
there.
All right, and share it. Okay.
Will do, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
How many people know that there's such a thing as a Rooney Rule?
Well, you do now.
Well, you didn't know.
No, I didn't know.
But the NFL has what they call the Rooney Rule, and it's modeled after the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's where you have to interview X amount of African American people for
It's like DEI, Gene, but they never hire the black people.
You just got to interview.
Something wrong with America. Seriously.
Lasker, we're gonna on your closing. We're out of here.
Glad you guys got to see me.
Love you, Sarah.
Hold on. How did you forget them?
I love you, Sarah. I told her earlier.
No. That's how you. Every show you're on. That's how
I'm
you.
gonna end it that way.
Yeah.
I love you, Sarah.
No, glad you got to see me.
Glad you got to see me.
Love you, Sarah.
Love you, Sarah.
Do it again, all one.
Love you, Sarah. Glad you got to see me.
God, you're so impossible to work with.
Glad you got to see me. Love you, Sarah.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.